What is up, kids? It's Bill Gunner. It's Captain David Dare. It's noon o'clock on a Wednesday. A rainy, just kind of sleepy Wednesday afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're up and at 'em. Hope you've enjoyed the first part of your day. Maybe you're off to lunch. It's kind of one of those, it's honestly one of those days where you go to lunch and then maybe or maybe not, you make it back to the office post-lunch. Like just one of those slow June 17th summer days where, again, we just slowly count down until college football begins. We have that urge. We're not wishing away the summer. Don't wish away the summer. If you're like last year, you're like, oh, man, I can't. Football season, can't wait. Can't wait. Just counting down that I'm counting down, but just can't wait. And then you go 4-8. You're like, oh, I'd really like the summer back. Might have wasted that one away. I ain't doing that this year. I'm enjoying the summer. I'm enjoying the most of it. I'm getting the most out of my summer. But I'm definitely ready for some form of college football. I'll take the video game at this point. EA Sports, get that thing out. I think you got until this is my son speaking through me. I think you've got until July 1st to purchase the little bundle there where you get both Madden and you get the college football game, and then you get Dynasty mode going. And if you think you're the man, you can build your own dynasty. We can go back to when we were about 18 to 25 years old, maybe even 15 to 25, and we were building great dynasties and winning championships with Bowling Green, Miami of Ohio, who knows, Air Force, whatever else you might have won a championship with. But, yeah, we'll take any kind of football. We're going to discuss some football today, both on the pitch. We might call it soccer. They might call it football, but we're going to discuss it. We are going to effort. I cannot make promises. But, Dave, we're going to effort here momentarily our intrepid on-the-scene reporter. See, this is why we are your show of the 803. It's my town. Grew up here. Love this town. Love this city. That's why we are the show of the 803, because we go out and find the people that are at the event. So we will go to our, hopefully, if he's not too called up, Tony Annan is, I believe, out in Dallas, I think is where he has told me he is at today for a World Cup match coming up in just a little while. And he is, as of last text message, he told me it was a madhouse at the stadium, and he was trying to get in. Yeah, he's in Dallas for England and Croatia. So he is out there. So we are going to effort him to talk a little World Cup here. As, again, you got World Cup going on. I'm going to ask you later on today, Lionel Messi last night, a hat trick. I don't know what to make of that. Like, yes, it is impressive. And Messi is old. I think he was the first person to score a goal on a dinosaur. But a hat trick is 3 goals for those of you just in case, just making sure 3 goals in a game. A World Cup record scoring hat trick, his first ever. But he does it over Algeria, and I think that's kind of one of those things you're like, okay, well, congratulations to you, but does that really count? Do we count that? Like, but he's 38 years of age. It ain't like he's 25. He's not a spring chicken out there running around. But we'll talk some World Cup. I think we're going to effort. We don't have a set time. We had a set time. It has now been changed, but we're going to effort to get our intrepid, our on-the-scene reporter, Tony Annan, on the phone here to discuss a little World Cup as England and Croatia are set to take on each other today. And obviously, Tony from England, so that is his home country. So he's out there pulling for England today. I don't know who they got. I think maybe they have Harry Kane still playing for them. I got to admit, I'm not sure who they might have playing for them. But we'll get into that a little bit with him. Also coming up later on today at 2:15, Kyle Thompson will join us. I am excited about this U.S. Open. I am truly excited about this U.S. Open and what it could be. And I'm not a person who loves the carnage and loves the scores that are closer to par, but I've been watching all week. I'm getting older. I think this is another part of getting older. Y'all hear me every week. I'm starting to create a segment. The segment's going to be Bill Gunner's getting older, and just something that I think is affecting my life more. And I'm watching more and more and more of the golf channels live from, whatever event, the Masters, the U.S. Open, the PGA Championship. Well, obviously this week it's the U.S. Open. And listening to those three guys talk and break everything down. And I've been really watching this with Shinnecock this weekend. Number one, first time I've ever really paid attention to Shinnecock up there in New York. I think it's in New York technically, one of the little islands out there. But number one, they did a segment yesterday on all the golf that takes place up there on Long Island, kind of that little stretch out there on the eastern side of Long Island and where it's at. Beautiful, gorgeous. I'm going to have to pick up a third job, maybe a fourth job to go up when I'm healthy again and to be able to go play, because I'm fairly certain that those courses are not cheap. But I didn't realize how much great golf, the land, they were describing the land, the soil, very in-depth, very technical stuff that, quite frankly, I'm not a professional enough to be able to break it down with you. But it was really, really cool last night. But looking at this course, looking at the rough, the fescue, them talking about the speed of the greens, is really, really neat. And by all accounts, there's going to be carnage. It's going to be rough, and I don't mean that in the sense of there's rough there. It's going to be a true test of golf. The U.S. Open normally produces. I'm again one of those people. At the end of the day, give me my superstars, give me my elites. When I get to the Final Four in college basketball, I want the blue bloods. When we get to the golf, the final round of the golf, I want the elites. I don't want any Webb Simpsons sneaking in there, or JT Postons, or JJ Spahns. I want to see the McIlroys, the DeChambeaus. I want to see the Schefflers. I want to see the elite names in the sport battling it out. But the U.S. Open is that one tournament where you do see a lot of kind of the one and dones, if you will. The random names jump up and win a U.S. Open. And we'll see if that's what occurs this week. But I'm really excited about that. At 2:15 today, we'll catch up with Kyle Thompson and let him break that down as well. But I want to talk some football with you. Again, I'm in a footballish mood. Have not just yet gotten into rewatching games. Of course, from a South Carolina standpoint, I guess you could rewatch the Kentucky game last year, maybe the Virginia Tech game. That Virginia Tech game was ugly itself, so if you're just rewatching that really wasn't a lot of fun to watch. But maybe you could rewatch the Kentucky game and enjoy that. But there's not a whole lot to rewatch for South Carolina last year that you quite would enjoy. So I think we have to go back to 2024, and then that brings tears back to our eyes to wonder what in the world happened in 2025. But yeah, I'm getting into a football mood, and this morning on Twitter, at Will, W-I-L, Gunter, G-U-N-T-E-R, I put out another, a list, I guess you will, a graphic, thank you to AI, ChatGPT, of my 5 breakout Gamecocks in 2026. Now, breakout, there is a particular player on there who is a name already, but I don't think he's a big enough name, and I think he's got a chance to be a huge name, and I put him on the list. I have potentially, I'm learning this. I just had a discussion in our passing with Wes Mitchell, a very brief discussion. I might have an exceptionally hot take on the South Carolina running back situation, to the point it might be time for me to come up with Gunner's 3, what do we want to call it, 3 predictions, 3 Yeah, something of that nature for the year, because I'm going to give you this hot take on the running back room and what I think, and I've got a breakout player in there. And it might not be the guy that you're thinking about. And I want to get into that a little bit. So we're going to see, we're going to talk some football today. So put your football pants on, put your football lips on, and let's talk a little Gamecock football here. I've got, tomorrow we'll get into a little bit on our final day of the week. We won't be here on Friday. Tomorrow we'll get into 5 guys that are known that have got to step up. And I'm not talking about Lenore Sellers, Dylan Stewart, Nick Harbor, so forth, so on. I'm talking about 5 guys who are slightly less talked about that have got to step up. That'll be tomorrow. But today will be the 5 who are maybe not known as well. I'll let you decide that for yourself, and we'll debate a little football throughout the afternoon as we get set for Saturday, September the 5th. Now, see, I do this differently because y'all know how I am. I'm not the same. Not like y'all. I look to that Friday, September the 4th, 79 days away, because I feel like once we get there, it's, I'm ready to go. Oh, I'll be here. I'll be talking to you, but I won't be here mentally. I'll be here physically, but I'll be mentally at Williams-Brice already tailgating on Friday, September the 4th. I'll be ready to go. Early tailgate. You got to start mentally preparing yourself. I'll be thinking about the sausage biscuits and whatever else comes along with the tailgate that morning, but I'll be physically sitting here. So 79 days until that Friday, September the 4th, when you'll start having to plan your tailgates, already be mentally ready to go to Williams-Brice and see the Gamecocks play. 80 days now until Saturday, September the 5th, when the Gamecocks actually take the field at roughly about I'm not going to break down the hours for you, but it's 12:12 now, as my clock tells me, when they take the field at 12:45 against Kent State. So we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. It's just taking time. So, coming up next, though, coming up at any point, prepare yourself accordingly. At any point, we could be making a hard left turn, but during the break, I'm going to text Tony Annan and see if we can acquire him. I want to get a little update on the World Cup. USA looked phenomenal in their match last Friday night. A lot has been going on Spain and Cape Verde. The 0-0 tie that took place, England and Croatia today. Messi's hat trick there last night. It's been a really good World Cup, fairly entertaining, giving us something to watch kind of in the evenings if you're choosing to go opposite of the College World Series. So we'll see if we can talk a little World Cup. Not sure if it'll be next or whatever. If it's not Tony Annan next, we'll talk a little football, and I'll start getting into those 5 Gamecocks, 5 underrated Gamecocks that have got to step up. I'll have a segment for you next. I don't know what it's going to be. We'll figure out when we come back. That makes it worth staying tuned. You're listening to The Halftime Show. Grilling season is upon us. Oh, it makes me so happy. And I tell you what, it all starts with a trip to Old Tommy Meat Market. I'm like a kid in a candy store when I go in there. It brings a smile to my face. Because the people are great. I mean, let's be honest. You walk into any place that you love already, and if people know your name, if they're talking to you, if they want to ask about your family, if they want to talk about great cuts of meat, that'll make you smile. And that's what makes Old Tommy Meat Market stand out, a non-grocery store meat buying experience. Whether you go to South Congaree, St. Andrews Road in Irma, or the Lexington store, you're going to get family-friendly service. That's what makes Old Tommy Meat Market stand out, and that's why you need to go there and nowhere else, because of the way you're treated. Now, 4th of July is coming up. Have you thought about your 4th of July meal prep? You need to, and it starts with a trip to Old Timey Meat Market. Again, St. Andrews Road in Irmo, South Congaree, the Lexington store. Stop by today and tell them Bill Gunner sent you. No word from our reporter on the scene, Tony Annan, mob scene in Dallas, England, and Croatia, as we await. We want, we're not just, look, no, I'm not just going to a studio show here to get you an update from the World Cup. I'm sending somebody directly into the crowd, somebody who's standing there amongst all the party goers and the tailgaters. And I think, yeah, Dallas is allowing tailgating for the World Cup. So Tony Annan hopefully will be joining us. We're trying not to interrupt him having fun too much, but he is there on the scene in Dallas. But I do want to talk a little World Cup with him. And so at any point, it's just the kind of the fun, the chaotic show that I like to bring to the airwaves, that at any point we could switch over and be talking with Tony Annan and talking a little World Cup. 803-404-6100, how you can weigh in this afternoon. Until then, I got an idea. Let's talk some football. That's right, a little South Carolina football. I am officially beginning my breakdowns, my look aheads, my I like that player. Questions here. Like what we got going there. Not sure about this position. And of course, As I always do, I'm starting with South Carolina, and I'll work my way out when I purchase my first one of those magazines and then start playing the video game with my son Austin, where I'll get whipped thoroughly and really question anything that I've done in my life. But so I'm looking at this roster. I'm looking across the board now as we try to figure out this South Carolina football team. And I'll be honest, I'm trying to figure out where I put this football team. Yesterday, I put out that graphic ranking the 10 hardest Power 4 games for South Carolina. Left off Towson and Kent State because obviously they'd be 11 and 12. I ranked the top 10, and then I kind of looked at it and thought, boy, if you look at the first 7 games, or the 7 games on my, I shouldn't say the first 7 games the South Carolina's playing, the first 7 on my top 10 list: Georgia, Oklahoma, A&M, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Clemson. Nothing there tells me, oh, South Carolina is a better team than those 7. That it comes down to playmakers making plays, and it comes down to coaches coaching, player development and players making plays, unlike last year. Let's be honest, just perfect example, just use an example. South Carolina beats Missouri 2 years ago, a team that, quite frankly, they were even with. Both teams were pretty good. Both teams had a lot of talented players. South Carolina's players made plays. Lenore Sellers, late in the game, broke a tackle, scrambled back to his left, threw a beautiful pass over the middle. I think it was Brady Hunt in that game that he connected with. That was the play Brady Hunt got hurt, and South Carolina made a play. And then if you're honest about it, you go back, Rocket Sanders made a play at the very end. A lot of guys might have been tackled. Rocket Sanders wasn't. He made a play. And that's some of it is what South Carolina is going to come down for South Carolina this year, is dudes making plays. So we obviously know the dudes: Lenore Sellers, Nick Harbor, Dylan Stewart. All right, we know those. So I'm leaving those off of the majority of my list because you know what you've got to get. They've got to step up. They've got to step up. They've got to be the leaders. They got to be the go-to people. But what about 5 guys that we aren't talking about quite as much? 5 guys that we know, but that really need to break out this year. 5 guys that, again, have shown us something, have flashed somewhere here or there, but it's time for them to become household names. All right, let's go through my list here. Number 1 is kind of a little bit different. You might disagree with this. Vakari Swain. Now, look, Vakari Swain had the punt returns, so we know he is dynamic on special teams. Maybe the most dynamic player in the country on special teams. Has a high IQ as well. Go back to that punt that was rolling around on the ground. He scooped it up because he knew he could touch it, and it would be okay even if he fumbled. All right, Vakari Swain. Well, defensive back, it is time. Vakari Swain. South Carolina has a long, rich, great tradition of defensive backs, going back to Rick Sanford, going through the 80s, going through the 90s, going through the 2000s. Defensive back, South Carolina always has a dude. Always has a dude. Vakari, your time is now. We've watched this lineage get passed down. I've watched it from Sheldon Brown to Jonathan Joseph to Stephon. I'm skipping some. I'm moving quickly. To Gilmore, to J.C. Horn, to Brandon Cisse, other guys in between. You get obviously Nicky Manwari. So this lineage of South Carolina defensive backs, well, it's time for somebody else to step up. This is kind of an unknown group back there at this point in time. And Vakari Swain, you got everything in front of you as far as a lockdown corner. You got the attitude, you got the speed, you got the skill, you got the hips, you got the ball, the ball playing ability. Everything is there. It's time for Vakari Swain as a defensive back to step up and have a breakout season to where every game he's highlighted or talked about as don't throw in that direction. That's number 1. Number 2, at least on my list, I'm going to skip. I'm going to come back to that because it's part of a bigger conversation that will carry over into the next segment, providing we don't catch up with our great reporter, Tony Annan. Justin Okoronkwo. I'm getting closer, I think. I think I'm getting slightly closer on the last name. Justin was great last year. Or for his position, for realistic expectations for who he was and what year he was and transferring in, it was great. Now, he's got a long way to go. Those two things can be simultaneously correct. He was fantastic for who he was and where he was and his age and everything it was, and he still's got a very long way to go. Now, yesterday you saw me love Fred Johnson. Turns out I can't be the bus driver of the Fred Johnson bandwagon because J.C. Horn has beaten me to it, and he's got that seat firmly taken away from me. But I love Fred Johnson, and I said yesterday on this program, I think the linebackers can be something truly special, and Justin O can be that guy. But it's time for him to step up. When they're highlighting a South Carolina game this year, they've got to look at the linebackers almost as the first thing. And then you go, oh, Dylan Stewart's really good too. But, man, those linebackers can go side to side, front to back, speed. They're all over. They're tackling machines. I think you're going to get that with Fred Johnson. It's Justin O's time as well. It's time for him to step up and be a household name. He comes from a great pedigree. Listen, when you play for Nick Saban, when you have the Nick Saban stamp of approval, you've done something right. It's time for him to take his game to the next level and provide a 1-2 punch. And I asked it yesterday, and I don't know if anybody really remembers or knows the answer. Who can you think of that's the best 1-2 punch at linebacker for South Carolina that you can remember? I don't remember. I don't remember who the linebacker was that paired with Shannon Wadley back in the day. I remember Kenny Harney, but I can't remember if Harney was in that era or if he was post Shannon Wadley. You know, I can think of a linebacker, but I can't think of two at the same time. Sky Moore and T.J. Brunson was J.C. Sherbert's thoughts back in the mid 2010s, and that was a pretty good group of Moore and Brunson. But South Carolina could have their best ever duo of linebackers in Justin O and Fred Johnson. That's number 3 on my list. Number 4 on my list, another wide receiver, Jaden Sellers. You know, Sellers quietly really came on at the end of last year. Excuse me, voice going out, doing the show by myself could be a problem. Sellers really kind of started to come on at the end of last year. And I think this year he becomes wide receiver number 2. And you want an extreme hot take? You ready? Hot take number 1. Don't be shocked if Jaden Sellers ends up being wide receiver number 1 this year. Don't be shocked by that. Sellers last year, late in the season, remember it took him a little while to get going, 22 catches, 337 yards, and a touchdown. 6 receptions against Oklahoma, 4 against A&M in late November, 4 against Coastal Carolina, and 5 against Clemson. Things really got going. He also had 3 against Alabama on October 23rd. But you saw he really got it going late in the season. And don't discount the brother-to-brother connection between him and Lenoris. Sellers is shifty. He's got great hands. He runs great routes. He's got speed to make things happen after the play. Jaden Sellers, we are all looking at Nick Harbor. And we're all fascinated with 6'5" and 230 or 240 and runs like a gazelle and just is a physical freak of a human being. Don't you be shocked if Jaden Sellers ends up being wide receiver number 1. And again, yeah, some of it is a little bit of a little brother-to-brother love, but they know each other. There's that bond and that connection there, and they trust each other. More importantly, Lenora Sellers trusts Jaden Sellers. I'm looking for Sellers to have a monster breakout year in Kendall Briles' offense. So don't be shocked if he is wide receiver number 1 and has the statistics there. So there's 3 out of the 5. Jaden Sellers, Justin O, Bakari Swain. We'll come back. I'll give you 4 and 5 on my Gamecock breakouts list, including another extreme hot take. It's the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, where for over 30 years, Mid-State Roofing has been the leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. And it's because they think about your roof 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by that, I also mean you can give them a phone call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not sure you're aware. Leaks, don't know what time it is. They happen at any point during the night, during the day. You come home late in the afternoon after 5 o'clock and you discover a leak, and now you're thinking, I got to get this fixed. Well, guess what? Even after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mid-State Roofing has someone ready to take your phone call. Leak could happen at 1 a.m. Guess what? Mid-State Roofing's got someone ready to take your phone call. So write the number down. Remember the phone number. Whatever you got to do, memorize this. 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. Couple of y'all weighing in, and I'll get to some of these on our text line, 803-404-6100. We were talking about already 80 days away from game day. 79 days away from the Friday, but you better have your tailgate plans figured out on that Friday. So 79 days to figure it out. Texter said, we've already figured it out. Breakfast burritos for our tailgate. There you go. Although, careful with those burritos there. It's going to be a little scorcher. You can make some other people in the stadium around you uncomfortable for a 4-quarter period. But, yep, I'm with you. Good idea. Go with that. Maybe get the grill out there, cook up some eggs, some bacon, some sausage or whatever while you're tailgating. Roll it up in a burrito wrap. Enjoy it, maybe with a beverage of your particular choosing that morning, and get ready for the game. But, yeah, you got to – never too early to start prepping and planning. Never too early. So you gotta think ahead in that manner. By the way, speaking of thinking ahead real quick, and we'll get back to my list here in just a second. For those of you counting, today is June the 17th. Do you know, I'll give you a second to think about it. Do you know what occurs 2 weeks from today? Besides the first day of July? Do you know? Think about it. I'll tell you in just a second. 803-404-6100. What occurs 2 weeks from today? It's actually going to be a milestone moment for South Carolina. It's actually going to be a milestone moment 2 weeks from today. Think about that, and I'll tell you here in just a minute. Back to my list here. So, breakout players for South Carolina. Breakout players. Guys that we're familiar with, we know about, but it's time for them to take it to the next level, to really raise up and kind of be what I would call, I don't want to say secondary players. We all know about Harbert and Stewart and Lenora Sellers, and they've got to carry their own weight. But these are guys who need to join them that maybe are right there on the cusp, and that's these breakout players. All right, so I already gave you Vakari Swain. It's time for him to become a household name and jump into that list. The other ones have got to take a step forward, and that would have been Jaden Sellers and Justin O. Let me give you the final two here. Guy that I hope we're not talking about, because if we're talking about him, and it's a bad thing, Koju Puku, offensive lineman, transfer offensive lineman from East Carolina. This is a big fella. I was kind of going back and looking at it, and not only is he a big fella, but he's a guy that comes in and I think is wildly underrated. And I'm going to go and make another little hot prediction here. Torricelli Simpkins came in and took over one of the guard spots, didn't let it go, was an absolute stalwart 2 years ago as part of that offensive line. Obviously ended up going on to the NFL. I don't know if he's still with the Saints or not, but went on to the NFL and has been able to kind of find himself a little bit of a spot there. Koju Puku comes from East Carolina. And, again, I might be saying that correctly. I'm not going to give really anything else a shot with him on this one. He's a redshirt senior. He's been around for a while. I mentioned he's a big boy, 6'5", 320 pounds. That, my good friends, in football layman's terms, is known as a hoss. This is a young man who has started 26 games consecutively for East Carolina in 2024 and 2025. Last year, he was second-team All-American Conference after playing 975 snaps. I think he comes in and settles in at a guard position. He did play some tackle before. He has played tackle, so if you talk about the first two games and maybe needing somebody to swing out, but I think Puku plays at the guard position, and I think he locks down one of those. I think he'll go along with, when healthy, Jacarius Peak, Shed Surratt at the tackles, Puku at a guard, and Carter Miller, and then we're going to figure out who the fifth lineman is. But he's got to step up. He has got to be another one of these stalwarts on the offensive line. You start him in game 1. In game 12, we're not talking about him because he's not giving up sacks to the quarterback or blowing assignments or falling on his face and missing blocks. He is a guy that I think has a lot of potential, and I expect to be a quietly underrated piece of the offensive line. So that's 4. Number 5, all right. You ready? 12:40 on a Thursday. It's Thursday. 12:40 on a Wednesday. Here is the hot projection. Christian Clark will be the starting running back by game 4. I'm going Christian Clark. I think he is the unsung, unknown breakout player of the season. Now, I know Matthew Fuller is getting all the love. All the love. And I'm not saying Matthew Fuller's bad. I'm not saying that Matthew Fuller's going to fall flat on his face. I am saying Christian Clark. I think in watching what film I can, there's limited film on Texas and there's limited film in high school and whatnot. And there are highlights, and highlights are highlights. I had a senior year basketball highlight video, and I looked fantastic. Looked absolutely great. So highlights are highlights. I get that. But I watch Christian Clark, and I just see a guy who is ready to step up and be running back number one and carry this team. And I personally think what happens is Matt Fuller becomes the change of pace, the backup guy. I think he becomes kind of the secondary guy that's very good at being able to fill in and help out. But I'm a big Christian Clark fan. The more I have looked at some video of him, the more I've kind of studied him. He had the 105-yard game against Michigan in the bowl game. Do with that what you will. Now, it was 21 carries. But I think that's actually more impressive than what Matt Fuller has done in the time he's been here. Now, the easy excuse for Matt Fuller, hey, did you see the offensive lines he was running behind? That's not his fault running behind those lines. Fuller last year had 72 carries for 72 carries for 260 yards, a 3.6-yard average. But, and again, I'm not trying to put Matt Fuller down. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to more build up Christian Clark, and I'm trying to explain why I think he takes the job. Again, Matthew Fuller last year had 260 yards on 72 carries, but 72 of those yards came against LSU on one carry. In other words, he had 188 yards over 71 carries last year. That's 2.6 yards per average. Again, offensive line stunk. So not all Matt Fuller's fault. Not all Matt Fuller's fault, but this is Bill Gunner speaking, okay? Not Tyler Head, not Terry Ford, not Jay Phillips. I don't want anybody else blamed for my hot take. I don't know if Matt Fuller has the wiggle and the vision to be that kind of back in this league. I think Christian Clark does. I think Clark might be a star waiting to break out. And I think, the first couple games, you're going to see split carries. Maybe Fuller get 60-40, 55-45. But I think Clark is going to be too good to not overtake the position. Christian Clark would be my number one breakout player of unsung football players in 2026. And my hot prediction, it's technically my number one hot prediction. Number two is Jaden Sellers leads the team in receptions and yards. But my hot prediction is Christian Clark is the starting running back by game 4 and is the dude who carries the load for the running game. Now, you can also have Lenore Sellers running the ball. You're also going to have Matt Fuller. Jarwan Howell will probably fit in there somewhere. I think Isaiah Augustive will fit in there somewhere. So you're going to have a little bit of a 3 to 4 headed monster there, depending on how you want to use certain guys. But put me down for the Christian Clark bandwagon. Put me down as the guy who says in game 4, when South Carolina goes to play at Alabama, Christian Clark has become the guy, and he's the bell cow of the running game to where you're giving him the ball 20 to 25 times, if that is indeed what Kendall Briles wants to do. So there's my 5. We'll come back. We'll get some final thoughts on that for the hour. Check in on Tony, see if we can track down our reporter. He might have gone from reporter to tailgater. We'll see if we can find out what's going on in Dallas for the England-Croatia game with Tony Annan. It's the Halftime Show. 2 weeks from today. It's kind of like a holiday. We kind of like a holiday. South Carolina will officially switch to Nike. Your Under Armour nightmare days will be over. July the 1st will be the first day you can get on over to Gamecock Traditions and purchase your new Nike polo, your pullover, your T-shirt, your hat, your shoes, sweatbands, whatever it is you wear. I don't know. 2 weeks from today. End of an era. An interesting era. Shoegate. Remember when Connor Shaw put out there during the summer about the Under Armour shoes? Poor Steve Fink. Poor Steve Fink had to do damage control. At the time, South Carolina signed the Under Armour deal. It was a huge deal. Everybody was really excited. Yeah, click, clack. 2 weeks from today, South Carolina officially switches to Nike. A lot of people have asked, well, what kind of impact will it have? I think it'll be minimal. I really think it'll be minimal. I don't think that a recruit is going to choose South Carolina over another school because of Nike. I think them days are just gone. I think there were days in the past that, that mattered more. I don't think it matters as much now. Basketball-wise, it doesn't matter quite as much. The way the shoe companies still kind of reign supreme, but you're not going to no offense to South Carolina, you're not a big enough brand Nike school, the men's side. You're not a big enough brand Nike school that it's going to cause you to land a whole bunch of new recruits all because you're Nike. But it's really cool, I think, for the fans. I assume it's really good for the fans. I think you're probably excited. Maybe you like Nike apparel more. Maybe you like the makeup of it, the color of it. I think we're all fascinated to see if Nike can get the shade of garnet down correctly. It's like the world's most difficult color to hammer down properly. I know that there's some kind of Sherman-Williams PS4-978, I don't know, color code that goes with it. I could be way off on that. But, yeah, Nike, 2 weeks from today. Today's June 17th. 2 weeks from today will be the first day of July, and you can take the day off, and you can pack into Gamecock Traditions. You can go get in line as soon as the store opens and bustle through the door in orderly fashion. Orderly fashion, please. You don't need to be knocking over those nice, neat salespeople that Gamecock Traditions have. Purchase yourself some new Nike gear. Get your tailgating apparel on. Get some, I don't know. I don't know if Nike has like tailgate apparel. Those little like mesh tables and chairs and everything. They should. So there you go. That's what's 2 weeks from today. Let's get to the text line here. 803-404-6100 is how you can weigh in. Texter says, I agree. I think Christian Clark will be running back one eventually. That's why you're number 2 on my game power index rankings. Thank you. I'm behind Jay. I can live with that. Jay's been around a long time. I appreciate that. Jay is the stalwart, the godfather now of the company here. Brad weighs in. Pretty good list until it was ruined by that hot take. Fuller is an absolute complete package. I'm not picking on you, Brad. I just, why do we think that? And I'm not picking on Matt Fuller. Brad goes on to say he was held back by a terrible line and multiple terrible offensive coaches. Watch the tape, see when he's getting hit the first time. Probably more than half his carries, he was hit in the backfield. He never goes down on the first hit. He does have good vision and wiggle as well. I'm interested to see it. I mean, he was named. Look, the coaches. I'm a simple, moronic, short. I think I'm shrinking. I don't want to get into that. It's a painful subject right now, given that I've had to do some of those like measurements where they back you up against the wall and they put and really it's been painful recently to have to go to doctor's offices and do that. But I'm not a coach, and the coach named him offensive player of the spring. So, Brad, to your point, I'm just a dude saying stuff on the radio, but I'm taking a hot take stance here. But you're right. He very well may be the complete package. I haven't seen it. And I think Christian Clark is the better running back. I actually think South Carolina might have a good problem. We'll continue talking about this. Also, do you have to shake hands when you lose a championship? Are you a sore loser if you don't shake hands after a championship game? And we'll talk about that. It's the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. All right. You always hear me talking about Mid-State Roofing and all the incredible things they do, how they are there for you 24 hours a day, ready to help you sun, sleet, shine, rain, because, you know, when the rain comes in or the sleet or heavy winds, that roof can suffer a little bit of damage. Well, Mid-State Roofing is there to help you. But you got to give them a phone call, 803-356-1919. For 30 years, Mid-State Roofing has been the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. I've told you plenty of times, 30 years, long, long time. But it's that history that is your assurance that their professionals will provide proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility. See, at Mid-State Roofing, they design and install bonded systems with a protective guarantee that keeps your operation, home or business, dry and running long into the future. For more information, 803-356-1919. A discussion. That's what's fun about sports talk is just discussion. I just love debating and talking. Everybody gets an opinion. I'm a big believer that, you can't learn unless you debate and talk, and there's no reason to get upset and call names. And love some of y'all weighing in because this is an exciting time. We're all speculating. None of us know. None of us know. I mean, I guess some of you can say, well, I tried to tell y'all last year, 4-8, they were going to fall flat on their face. Tried to tell you. It's easy to predict snow after it's happened. But it's fun right now to look ahead to the season and debate and have our hot takes. And I love y'all weighing in. Zach, you're my guy, Gunner, but I can't get down with either take about Sellers or the running back. Blackwell was that bad. Marquell Blackwell was that bad. I believe we'll see a crazy shift in the running back room because Fuller does have the vision. I believe we'll see a 1-2 punch with Fuller and Clark. As far as the wide receiver take goes, Harbor has continued to develop, and I believe Briles is about to unlock everything that he's been working on and will be a 1,000-yard receiver. See, it's not – y'all are right, and Nick Harbor has come a long way. And let me just say this, too, on Nick Harbor, because sometimes we don't give credit where credit's due. And I've talked to people about Nick Harbor more recently to try and gauge what I think may happen. And what I'm about to tell you really has nothing to do with actual football. Nick Harbor is one of the best representatives for South Carolina in a long time. And Chris and Wes will tell you they've dealt with him a little bit more through Garnet Trust and everything. Nick Harbor is a phenomenal young man. I mean, I talked to somebody about a week ago, I guess, and I guess Nick Harbor was out at doing a youth camp, a little kids camp, and the way he interacted with the kids and talked to them and took time to be around them and everything. I just want to speak for Nick Harbor on this because sometimes we get locked in on unfortunate situations like the Sam Williams-Dixon situation that, I hope Sam gets help. What he did was awful. Stealing is alone awful. Stealing from your teammates is even worse. People that are supposed to be able to trust you. But sometimes we get locked in on the bad. We need to focus on the good. And Nick Harbor, quietly behind the scenes, and that's the other great thing about Nick Harbor is it has been behind the scenes and quietly. You don't see the publicity for him. He's not out doing it in front of the cameras. This has been a phenomenal representative for the University of South Carolina. And no, they haven't won quite as many games maybe as you would like for him to win. But as a human being, Nick Harbor is winning. And we joke about, Flau'jae Johnson's mother losing her mind on some kind of video that she posted about Flau'jae Johnson winning in real life. Nick Harbor's winning in real life. He is just an exceptional young man and someone that I think you can just be super proud of that he represents the University of South Carolina. But as far as a football player goes, he has made strides. I am not questioning that. But why can't we say the same thing about Kendall Briles and about Jaden Sellers and that Kendall Briles is about to unlock Jaden Sellers? Don't discount the brother-to-brother connection too. Not that what is it? Is brother to brother? Is that nepotism too? Is that also nepotism? Is nepotism just? I need to look up the definition. But I keep an eye on Jaden Sellers. I think there are a lot of positive things about South Carolina football. 4-8 takes all the shine off of it, right? We would all agree with that. 4-8 doles any shine that South Carolina football had. Last year at this time, It was just ice cream and ponies and yeah, it was beautiful. It was awesome. Every day was just a parade. Here comes South Carolina, college football playoff media darling, potential college football playoff team, dark horse to win the SEC. Everything's there. Lenora Sellers, Heisman winner. A lot of publicity. 4-8 will dull that. But if you dig in, what is built down there is looks great. Now they got to win. They got to win, right? You got to go produce the results on the field, and that's what we're going to get here coming up. But if you take, for example, what Mike Furrey has built with the wide receiver room, and they got to step up. They got to prove it. There's some production there. We're talking about Nick Harbor. We're talking about Jaden Sellers. You know, there are other guys, Mazeo Bennett. At least we forget about Mazeo Bennett. He's on the side of a milk carton right now somewhere. But remember, a year ago, freshman season, he was a standout. We thought it was his time to stand out. Now, has he put in the work? Did he rest on his laurels? Did he read newspaper clippings after his freshman year and thought he had arrived? Maybe. South Carolina has some wide receivers. You know, you lost Vandrevius Jacobs, and that hurt. That stung. Let's not sell that one short. That hurt. Jacobs would have been a monster, I think, in this offense. But you've got Donovan Murph, who I really like. And Donovan Murph very well could step up and be a big-time wide receiver. That wouldn't shock me at all. He's got all the makings of being a big-time wide receiver. Sellers, I think, is a different, dynamic, shifty wide receiver. Harbor's obviously the big, physical, extremely fast guy. They've got some dudes there. It's dulled by 4-8. It's dulled by a quarterback last year who couldn't have stood in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and hit water at times. But there's some dudes there. I'll ride at this point. I think, and again, I'm with you. I think Harbor has a good year. I'm interested to see if we get more Nick Harbor like Texas A&M, where he catches kind of a, what was that, an in slant, or not a slant, an in route, turns, out races 3 or 4 guys to the end zone. Hopefully doesn't get bumped by a police officer. But, yeah, I watch out for Jaden Sellers. And then who or what is a Nitro Tuggle? This was a big pickup in the portal. Good-sized dude, 6'1", about 200 pounds. Obviously was good enough to earn a Georgia offer. That means something to me. Last time I was checking, Georgia ain't taking bums. Didn't work out there. Ended up at Purdue. But was good enough to have that. You got a Nitro Tuggle running around out there. I mean, I think Bill Gunner's in a great mood. Bill Gunner thinks the running back room and the wide receiver room are in good shape. Stan Drayton and Mike Furrey, Bill Gunner thinks are really good coaches. Maybe 2 of the best position coaches South Carolina's had in those spots in a very, very, very long time. Very long time. Since Jay Graham, and give him credit. I know for a lot of different reasons we don't like him, but Steve Spurrier Jr. Steve Spurrier Jr. was one heck of an of a wide receiver coach. We don't give him the credit he deserves sometimes for the work he put in. We look at the nepotism and we look at maybe the laziness on the recruiting trail and other things. But he was a good wide receiver coach. But it's fair to say Mike Furrey and Stan Drayton are the best 2 positional coaches at those particular spots that South Carolina's had in a very long time. And I think those rooms are built that way. And I think once Stan Drayton has a little more time to get his self established, to get his feet wet, you saw the situation obviously with Trey Segura, who now is committed to LSU from Burns, and they'll continue to recruit him. And I really honestly think they end up flipping him. I really do. I think that the visit to LSU is an impressive place. I love LSU. I've been to 2 games there, and it's neat. It's almost kind of mystic, if you will. Like they've got those like oak trees, and the stadium's old, and it's a very unique. If you've never been, it's a very unique Baton Rouge, very unique place. Let's be honest, Lane Kiffin's a snake oil salesman. I mean, it's hard not to fall for him. It's hard not to get caught up in the words of fake preacher Lane Kiffin. It's hard, but I think given time and seeing the distance and everything, and if South Carolina can win games, and if Stan Drayton can continue to build with Trey Segura and Kendall Briles can show an offense, I think they flip Trey Segura. But I think you feel great about the running back room, and you feel great about the wide receiver room. And so I'll go with Jaden Sellers, and then you got guys behind Sellers, all those guys I just mentioned, Murph and Bennett, and Harbor, and Tuggle. And then you got some guys that are just wildly interested. Sequel Patterson. He's young. He's got to fight his way through the depth chart. But, I mean, shifty, fast, ultra athletic. There's dudes there. There's dudes. The quarterback's got to be able to hit him. The offense has got to give him a chance, and that's what we're talking about. Running back, I'm hoping Matt Fuller's the guy. I hope Matt Fuller is a competent a competent running back. I hope he's got wiggle and power and burst. I haven't really seen it. Now, y'all are right. We're right. It's hard to judge. When you have 5 traffic cones out there that really don't move left, right, or get in the way all that much, it's hard to really figure out how great a running back can be. Marcus Lattimore and Mike Davis both had to make a lot of guys miss in the backfield. Typically, that's the way it is for a running back now. You got to make one dude miss. One dude miss, and then you try and break it off to the races. 7, 8, 10, 12, 18 yards. But I think South Carolina's got a very good punch with Christian Clark and Matthew Fuller. I'm going to go with Clark. Part of my job here is just to create discussion. But I agree. I appreciate y'all weighing in on some of these topics. Again, let me finish that. Zach saying Fuller does have the vision. We'll see a good 1-2 punch with Fuller and Clark. He said as far as wide receiver goes, again, Harbor will continue to develop, and I believe Briles is about to unlock everything he's been working on, and he'll be a 1,000-yard receiver. I don't know about 1,000 yards just because, again, I think it's likely that the ball gets spread around a lot. Earlier, we got a text message. Bill, haven't heard much about the tight end group. I do think you worry a little bit about the tight end group. Brady Hunt is back for his 13th year of college football. Pretty cool there. Mike Tyler is the next guy that they're pretty excited about. Local kid, Hammond. Actually chose South Carolina over LSU. Stayed home. Could have gone to Baton Rouge. Could have gone to that magical place that's Baton Rouge, but he chose to stay home. I don't know if I always buy into the weights on the I don't know if I buy into the weights on the Gamecocks Online roster, but Mike Tyler now listed at 6'4", 245. So you got something there. We'll see again. It feels like that this team is going to be a lot less reliant on the tight end than it is on the wide receiver, because you got Tyler, you got Hunt, and then you got Maurice Brown the second. And then you got the freshman Caden Ramsey, who isn't really, I don't think is ready. Too small, 6'5", 220. Just got to add weight to him. 803-404-6100. We'll continue to roll along. It's the halftime show. Well, we've lost our intrepid reporter. We've lost him. He's in the crowd. That's what happens when you send a non-professional to do a professional's job. Basically what happens every day when I take the mic. We've lost Tony in. I was all excited. We were going to have live on the scene in Dallas reporting from the World Cup. I was going to bring you the closest, most up-to-date information that I could get you, stuff that you get nowhere else. And Tony Annan let us down. Just let us down. Stood us up. I now know how Morgan Wallen feels when he goes to do his walkout and he doesn't have somebody to do it with him. That's sad. That's hurtful. Oh, well. We'll keep going on. We'll see. Tony still might catch up with it. I am interested. World Cup. Have you gotten into it at all? Just checking it out? Do you? I get it. Soccer is a diverse sport in this country. The hate that some of y'all have for soccer is hilarious. Like, just the absolute disdain for soccer is beyond. And you run into those people, and you're like, yeah, soccer. How about did you see, so-and-so? Did you see Messi at a right? Oh, that's not a sport. Oh, who watches that? I'm not as into it as I was. It helped when my son was playing the travel club soccer, and we were all into it. I'm not as into it. I didn't get into the Premier League quite as much as I normally did this year. But it's a fun sport. Good sport. I will admit, y'all know because you've been listening, if you've been listening the last few months, and if you're just tuning in today, welcome to the Halftime Show. My name's Bill Gunner. But when you watch hockey and you see the fast-paced side of hockey and the up and down and the physical and the just everything about hockey, and then you flip over and you watch soccer, like literally you go from the NHL playoffs and the Stanley Cup to watching the World Cup, which is a great event. I love the World Cup. And I've gotten into it a little bit and watching here and there. But then when you flip over and you go from hockey, which again, typically low scoring, not always like, completely low scoring, but low scoring, lower, if you will. And you see just the fun and the intensity, and then you go to soccer, you're like, ooh, it's not the same at all. It's slow. But I've gotten into it a little bit, and we were going to talk a little bit today because some interesting storylines developing. USA, with their huge 4-1 victory last Friday night, they get set to take on Australia tomorrow. I believe at 3. So good luck. Good luck with Jay Phillips' show. Terry Ford's going to carry that tomorrow. You'll get live updates throughout the show from Jay on what's happening with USA. And I think it's 3. I think it's 3 o'clock tomorrow. I think it's 3. So anyway, but we'll see. Maybe, who knows? Maybe Tony will make time for us. If not, that's okay. We got plenty of other stuff to discuss and talk about. Coming up at 2:15 today, Kyle Thompson will join us. We'll talk U.S. Open. I'm thrilled about this U.S. Open. Like, I'm just so excited to see the challenge, to see these professional golfers. And golf's another sport that I really get into, not just for the Sunday afternoon nap. Delicious, of course. Everybody loves a good Sunday afternoon nap. The beginning of a NASCAR race and a golf tournament are all the same for taking a great nap on Sunday afternoon. But I'm really, really excited for the U.S. Open in Shinnecock to test these players and to see what this looks like tomorrow morning. And you got some really good golfers going off early in the morning. So by the time I get around to doing this show, we'll be able to kind of register some of the scores and see what guys are actually performing and how they're doing. But you look at the fescue, you look at the rough that they've got there, and it was really interesting this afternoon because it's about a step off of the fairway where the rough just becomes absolutely insane. And given that, should there be leeway for hitting a mildly erratic drive and not complete punishment? Whereas you can act like one of us golfers I'm including all of y'all out there, even you pretty good ones, where you can slice it 80 yards to the right where the fans stand and they've trampled down on the grass and all of a sudden your live's a lot better. We'll see. We'll see what the winning score is. Should be around par on Sunday afternoon. And I would actually take a random name, and a random. I mean, I'm not picking on Gary Woodland, but he won a U.S. Open a few years ago, and at that point he was still a random name. Graham McDowell, way back when, was kind of a random name at that point in time. J.J. Spawn last year, kind of a random name out of nowhere. The U.S. Open tends to have these guys that kind of come out of nowhere and win a tournament, and you're like, whom? And we never hear from them again. Lucas Glover. I'm not picking on Lucas Glover. We know Lucas Glover because he's a Clemson guy, an in-state guy. Good for Lucas, but he won a U.S. Open. So it did feel like recently we went on a run of the big names, the Rahms, the Johnsons, the Jordan Spieth won one. Brooks, it's crazy to me that back in 2018, it's crazy to me 2018 was almost a decade ago, it was 8 years ago, and that was when Brooks Koepka won at Shinnecock. So I'm excited, though. I think this is going to be a fantastic tournament. Golf is the PGA and golf is in such an interesting place. And if you are a casual fan, like if you're teetering on the fence of golf, this is where golf really, the PGA has got to be very careful here. They can adjust everything a little bit to draw some extra viewers. And I think it was yesterday. It might have been Monday that Rory McIlroy had a comment that I thought was really interesting where he said, you didn't realize how great the tour was until Liv came along, and Liv forced them to make changes, and now they're looking back at all the changes, and they're looking at the new schedule and the new plans and the tier 1s and the tier 2s, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And now golfers are like, the travel. There's a lot of travel. I mean, truthfully, you think about it and you look at it, and yeah, they're millionaires. What was it? Was it last weekend, I believe, that JT Poston won? I believe it was last Sunday, I think. And, JT Poston's kind of a journeyman, picks up, I think it was his fourth victory in his career. And they're like, oh, this is so big for his career, winning the Memorial. And I was like, oh, man, I bet that payday is going to be nice for him. It's going to change his life a little bit. It was $1.8 million or something in that ballpark. And I'm looking up JT Poston, and JT Poston's career earnings are $23 million. $23 million over like 10 years. So he's averaging $2 million a year. I'm like, my man's averaging $2 million. He's good. I mean, unless every tournament he's going to, he's staying at the best Ritz-Carlton and ordering the absolute best lobster dinners. If he's had any kind of financial smarts, $2 million a year, he's getting by. He's okay. Wife isn't calling up being like, honey, we're out of baby food or whatever. I think they got like a little kid. He made $2 million a year. He's made 23. I think it was going into last week before the win at Memorial. JT Poston made like $23.1 million career earnings. That's life-changing money. I was kind of laughing. So I mean, the golfers make good money, but the travel is ridiculous. But I'm really excited about the tournament. When we come back, some basketball news. South Carolina, I guess they got a second commitment. Whatever it is, it's finally announced. I'll tell you all about it. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for AAA Heating and Air. All right, look, I have been on this station for 10 years. You've heard me for 10 years complain, whine, say moronic things. So you probably by now know how much I despise being cold in the winter and being hot in the summer. So just a few years ago, I called up AAA Heating and Air. Said, look, got a new house. need a new heating and air unit. They came out, put in a brand new Train heating and air unit, and it has been fantastic because the professionals at AAA Heating and Air are the absolute best in the business. I mean, not only do they have incredible deals like guaranteed financing, a 15-year parts and labor warranty, or no payments or interest for a year, but it's just the professionalism, the customer service with which AAA Heating and Air show you. That's why I love being a part of the family. So visit them today on the web. Call AAAtoday.com. Call AAAtoday.com. That's their website. Visit there and tell them Bill Gunner sent you. Well, 1:35 on a Wednesday. By the way, I got my days mixed up. Thank you to Brad for texting in. James, I'm sorry. James for texting in. USA Australia is Friday. Today would be Wednesday, wouldn't it? I got to admit to y'all, last night I was leaving somewhere and I was with a couple of friends and we were watching the College World Series and I was leaving and I was like, all right, we getting together. I'll meet y'all after the radio show to watch the golf. And two of them looked at me and was like, oh, they're starting a tournament tomorrow? I was like, yeah, it's Thursday. It was Tuesday yesterday, which meant today's Wednesday. That's how the week's going. I have no clue what day it is. I'm going to probably show up here at noon on Saturday and then be surprised to learn it's Saturday. But yeah, today is Wednesday. Therefore, USA Australia don't play tomorrow. They play Friday at 3 o'clock. So prep accordingly. Friday will be a lot of fun. You got the U.S. Open going on. USA and Australia will be going on. I don't know if at that time there'll be a College World Series game going on Friday. But yeah, today is Wednesday, June the 17th. Therefore, USA and Australia play on Friday. 803-404-6200. Speaking of, real quick, for those of you that are deeply invested, but your boss doesn't allow a TV, Portugal up 1-0 in that match right now in the World Cup. Busy day, by the way, in the World Cup. Portugal and Congo, the Dominican Republic right now. Cristiano Ronaldo, I believe, playing for Portugal. I didn't even think to look and see if he's still. Yeah, there he is. He's running around out there. He's old, too. England and Croatia at 4 o'clock today. Ghana and Panama at 7. And Uzbekistan and Colombia tonight at 10 o'clock for those of you that are staying up late. 803-404-6100. So we've known, I say South Carolina got a commitment. I don't know if that's the fair way to word it. But men's basketball, we knew that there was going to be a second international player coming down the pipe. We learned of Juan Fernandez, I guess about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago. And with Juan Fernandez, 23-year-old Argentine who has been playing in the Spanish pro leagues, comes over, and I've watched his highlights. I'm impressed, like really impressed. Like I'm back into Carolina basketball. Like, let's go. I want to see what we got here. I really, really want to see this. So we knew he was coming, and we knew that there was a second foreign player that was going to be announced. Well, it has been announced now, and it is Hugo Chavez. Is it Hugo Chavez? I just clicked off of his name here. And now that's exactly how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to be nice and ready to go, and then you're not. But yeah, Hugo Lopez. I'm sorry, Hugo Chavez might have been a dictator. My college life might have just kicked back in on one of the classes I took. Anyway, Hugo Lopez has now, I guess, officially been announced as a South Carolina signee, a University of South Carolina. I am digging as we speak to get more information on Hugo Lopez. 6'9", 210, 23 years old. Now, let me be clear about something here. And y'all know this because I've said it. I love college basketball. Like, love it. Growing up in the 90s, I've got tape after VHS tape after VHS tape of games. And I don't mean like South Carolina games. I'm talking like UConn, Syracuse. I'm talking like Michigan State, Kentucky, Florida back in the day. I would VHS tape games. I would figure out how to use my oh boy, I can't believe this is age. Dave, what do you call that you use a VHS for?
VHS?
Yeah, that you put the tape in. What do we call
it? Tape recorder.
Is it a tape recorder?
Yeah.
What do we call those things that you put the old VHS in, and you watch like you used to watch a movie, like is that what it's called?
I think. Hard to remember now. It's been years, right?
I'm serious. All of a sudden, I just realized I don't remember what we call the things that you put the tapes in. I feel like there's an actual name that I'm skipping. I feel like there's a legitimate name we call. But anyway, point being is I had boxes of random basketball games because I loved college basketball, and that carried over into the 2000s when I was in college, and just it carried over into a career, if you will, of scouting basketball. scouting high school basketball and getting to know guys like Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis and John Wall, and interviewing them and talking to them and having to call them up on the phone and be like, where are you committing? What are you doing? What T-shirt did you wear today to college?
VCR.
VCR. Thank you. A VCR. A freaking VCR. What does that mean in life when I can't remember what a VCR means? VCR. How many of y'all still have a VCR laying around somewhere in the attic? VCR. What does VCR stand for?
Video cassette recorder.
Okay, there you go. VCR. Yeah, anyway. All right. So I had a VCR in my room, and I figured out how to time it, to put the timer in so that it would record a basketball game if I wasn't home that afternoon or that night or whatever, so forth and so on. But anyway, point being is I love college basketball. I love it. I love it. I love everything about it. I hate that I'm not as invested in the recruiting as I used to be. I used to love going to the gyms and watching the younger kids and just seeing development. I loved coaching it. I love coaching basketball just for development. Well, anyway, point being is now we look at college basketball and it's changed. It's evolved. Like everything else in life, nothing stays the same. It gets better or it gets worse. Now, the product of college basketball, much like to me the product of college football, is at an all-time high. An absolute all-time high. But where we're going with college basketball, I don't like. And I'm not yelling at Lamont Paris. You got to do what you got to do, A, to save your job, B, to stay up with the Joneses. But that's now two 23-year-olds that South Carolina's brought in. Now, good for them. They're looking around, they're observing the landscape, and they're going, this is what we got to do. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do. But Lopez comes in, 6'9", 210, 23-year-old, says soon to turn 23-year-old. I'm looking at this. Soon to turn 23-year-old. Represented Spain in the FIBA Under-19 World Cup and Under-20 Euro game. I don't have a scouting report for him right now. I'm scouring the internet looking for anything. I've got highlights here that I'm going to watch during the break in a game. But skilled, I'm watching him now as I'm talking to y'all. Skilled big man, handles the ball well. Actually handles the ball really well. Passes, a decent little passer here. I'm intrigued by South Carolina basketball, folks. Like, I am wildly intrigued to see what they have got here. You want another hot? I'm just on a hot take tear today, or a random hot take tear. Didn't mean to come in like this. I don't know if I drank too much coffee. I don't know if I should have stopped it at 11 a.m. I'm watching this film right now of Hugo Lopez, and I've seen the film of Juan Fernandez, and I like Corey Mincy at the guard. I like Corey Mincy. I think Davion Hanna is an incredible upside player. Alexis Balakis, I'm really intrigued by him. He's a different kind of player. He's not going to go down. I don't think he's going to go down and bang around with SEC power forwards, but he's going to be a finesse power forward who can stop out and knock down the three. This team has potential. Like, I'm really intrigued by this basketball team that Lamont Paris has put together. I'm actually pretty excited all of a sudden about this basketball team. We'll come back and we'll finish up our thoughts on this. You're listening to The Halftime Show. Well, I'm a moron. Hugo Chavez was the Venezuelan president. Had to look it up in the break. I was like, who did I just reference? Hugo Lopez, however, is a South Carolina basketball commitment. Is officially announced today. I guess it had been a commitment for a while. And I was trying to get the name out. I said Hugo Chavez. And, yeah, well, y'all know me. I've been around a while. Names, pronunciation, not my strong suit. But that Hugo Chavez, we did not land a commitment from Hugo Chavez. He's got some issues of his own he's trying to deal with, I believe, right now. But Hugo Lopez, South Carolina does land him. I just watched, there's a film I found on him of, for those of you just tuning in, 6'9". I have not come across a weight, but I'm not a thick fella. Looks like a rebounder. Looks like a rebounder in this highlight that I'm watching. I don't see a lot of offensive skill here. I see a passer. I see a very solid passer. There's actually a play in particular that I don't like, in which they throw it down low to him, and he's having to describe this on the radio. He's kind of double teamed, but he could go up for a layup, but instead he elects to kick it to the backside for an open 3-pointer. So a good basketball IQ, but probably in that situation I would have preferred in that highlight to see him take it up. But does look physical, I'll say this, and that is something that this basketball team is going to need this year, is somebody to go down and be physical with those SEC power forwards. So we'll learn more about Hugo Lopez, the soon-to-be 23-year-old power forward from he's been representing Spain, so I guess he's from Spain in the FIBA Under-19 World Cup and the U20 Euro basket. So for what it's worth, he has been playing professional basketball again, and he'll join Juan Fernandez coming over for South Carolina. So again, you're going to have these two guys that are 23 years old, essentially, playing alongside, younger players. I mean, you do have some guys, obviously, in their later 20s now. I don't know how old Camden Heide, I don't know how old Camden Heide is, but, it's not like you got 18-year-olds and then two 23-year-olds playing against with each other. But, yeah, it is going to be fascinating. But the Gamecocks today announcing the commitment, maybe the signing, I guess, of Hugo Lopez for the basketball team. That should about do it for their roster. I think they've got a few other spots. Let me just tell y'all, they offered, and I love this offer, by the way. I love this offer. They offered Colton Fowler, Lamont Paris and his staff did, out of Burns High School. And if you haven't seen Colton play, phenomenal young man. Phenomenal. Dad is the coach at Burns. Colton is a dynamic point guard. Again, I did scouting back in the day. That was kind of my bread and butter. I feel very, very proud of the scouting company I built, and the clientele that I had. It just was a lot of travel and didn't work for my lifestyle, and quite frankly, financially for all that, it wasn't really worth it. But Colton Fowler, I don't think is a high major SEC point guard, but, and let me emphasize this, with the rule changes now to 15 scholarships and no preferred walk-ons, but 15 scholarships, you take a young man like Colton Fowler, who honestly, in terms of just like a basketball player, might be the best player in the 2027 class. He's a rising senior at Burns High School, has led them to a state championship. He's a leader. He's a guy who's going to be in the gym shooting all the time. You got to take a kid like that with 15 scholarships. I mean, your rotation shouldn't be more than 8 or 9 guys to begin with. You can do the math on that. If you're playing 8 or 9 guys, there's 6 over there kind of sitting and hanging out. I love the fact that they offered Colton Fowler. I hope they get his commitment. I'd love to see him stay in state. I'll also say this, both he, because of his work ethic and the player he is, and his father are highly respected. I don't think that does any harm in the basketball community. Credit Kerry Rich for probably being on top of that. So South Carolina does offer Colton Fowler, they believe about a week ago. And who knows? You never know. He might come in and hit a weight and a strength and conditioning program and develop into one of those incredible stories. So that's another part of it. So for those of you out there like, man, I don't understand why you offer, because again, he's got some smaller offers, Wofford's, East Tennessee State's, Greensboro's, things of that nature. And yeah, that's probably more his level. But I think you get an in-state kid like this, you got to take. And if he wants to transfer out after a year or two and go somewhere else, that's fine. I love the offer by South Carolina Colton Fowler, and hope to see him in the garnet and black one day as well. So some basketball news. All right, we'll come back. Kyle Thompson due up at 2:15 today. Also, more to get to. Hour 3 on the way. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock on a, I don't know, it's a day. Week's not going well for me. I know we got Friday off. I'm fresh off a vacation. I just throw my hands up in the air. Yesterday, I spent most of yesterday thinking it was Wednesday. I thought today was Thursday for a little bit. I'm not on my A game. Just put me down now. Just put me out of my misery. I'm down. Put me down. I'm struggling on the days, but it's Wednesday. June the 7th. See, I can't even get that right. June the 17th. Hope y'all doing well. Hope you're hanging in out there and making it through our kind of gloomy Wednesday afternoon. Been carrying you through for 2 hours. We lost our on the scene reporter. Dave, this is what happens when you send non-professionals to do a professional man's job.
Absolutely. Just look at us.
Yeah. Look at the professionals. We lost Tony in. Thought we were gonna have Tony in and Dave talk World Cup. It centered the whole show around it. You know, it was like a big football game plan where you're like, we're gonna run the ball heavily today. We're gonna rely on our star running back. I was gonna rely on Tony in and just big World Cup talk. And he bailed on us. If you see him out there, when you see him when he gets back, be like, Tony, you let Gunner down. He was devastated. Almost inconsolable. So when you see him out there, and you will, he'll be back. Love Tony. He's always in the community. I still love Tony. He's great. He's let us down today. He's failed. He's failed miserably, quite honestly, if you want to be honest about it. He was going to come on. We were going to thoroughly break down the England-Croatia game. We were going to really get in-depth. The kind of in-depth World Cup reporting you get nowhere else. Also excited to bring that to y'all. We lost Tony Andrew. You got. I don't know. I don't know if he started tailgating. I don't know if he was trying to get. I don't know what happened. We got stood up. It happens. It's painful. Well, you move on. 803-404-6100. That's how we can get through. We got Kyle Thompson. He never lets me down. He'll come up in the next segment. We'll talk some U.S. Open with him. News of the day. The Gamecocks announced their commitment of Hugo Lopez, 6'9", power forward out of Spain. That pretty much wraps it up for the basketball roster. They might land a person here or there. Won't be anything of substance, maybe just a roster filler. So I remember they got 15 scholarships. Fill them up. Take a guy, take a project. Excuse me. I just ate some cashews in the break. We have some whose cashews are those out there, by the way? Did you bring those?
No, it's unknown.
It's unknown? We just had some. So there's like a. All right, well, folks, I just ate some. They're delicious sea salt cashews. I just had some during the break. They're out there on a little table that we've got. And there's a sign. Boy, I'm a gullible because now that you say that, there's a sign that says help yourself or something. And so I was like, oh, I have a cashew or two.
Not sketchy at all.
Yeah, we got questionable people around here. So now I'm wondering what I just did to myself.
There's Father's Day goodies upstairs.
Oh, really? What?
Well, they've been there for 4 hours now, so they might all be gone.
What are they? What were they?
I heard there was bundt cake.
Those are delicious.
Goodies, sweet stuff.
Goodies, sweet stuff. Okay. All right. Yeah, I ain't getting to that. Kyle Thompson will join us coming up in the next segment. We'll talk U.S. Open. Really excited about that. Texter weighs in about the basketball team. It says it says it's early, I know, but you're starting five. I don't know what the starting five is going to be. I can't pretend to be in Lamont Paris's shoes. My starting five, this is different, right? Like my starting five. Corey Mincy at the 1. Love Corey Mincy. Put him at the 1. Me personally, would put, if he is the player that I think he is, Davion Hanna, I would have at the 2 guard. I would go with him. I I'm torn. The one concern I have for South Carolina, I don't know what they're going to do for the two guard position. You got options. They're not lacking options. Me personally am not sure. I'm not sure what direction I would take the two guard in. That's my concern for them right now when I look at the guard position, because I think Mincy, I don't know if Marcus Johnson's ready yet, so I hate to say that he is the guy that I would put out there, but Mincy would be the one, Hannah would be the three. Again, you could play around with this lineup. You could maybe put Hannah at the two and go Camden Heidi at the three. But Heidi's got good size at 6'6", 6'7", so he's tall enough to be able to handle guarding some post players, especially in this day and age in basketball. And so me personally would actually put him at the four, kind of as a stretch four, and go a little bit smaller ball. Now again, that's me. Don't I was gonna say you don't have to necessarily kind of base that on what exactly they have, but that's just what I would do. I'd go with him, and then I would go with Alexis Balakis at the five. That's what I would do, but I just don't know where exactly they go with it, the two. I mean, I guess I'd go with Mincy, Hannah at the two, Shane Blakeney at the three, Cameron Heidi at the four, and Balakis at the five. That's probably the direction I would go. I don't know enough about Heiku Nakus to make a decision if he's necessarily better at Balakis, but that would be my starting five right now based on what I know. Oh, excuse me. Juan Fernandez is their 4 or 5, depending if you can play positionless basketball. So I would have him there. I got to go back and revisit that because I'm just not sure about the guard position. I will be a little concerned about the guard position this year for South Carolina. Other news, Dave handed me this, and this is cool. This is really cool. I don't know what it means anymore. It feels like to me, when I was growing up, if you were on a Wheaties box, that was monstrous. I'm 44, so those of you around my age, maybe you agree, maybe you don't. You know, when we were younger, it felt like when they put somebody's on a Wheaties box, it was usually a U.S. Olympic athlete, something like that, that was, man, you couldn't get a higher honor. Well, Asia Wilson, I don't know if it means the same now. Quite frankly, I don't know if I've seen a Wheaties box in a grocery store. I will admit I don't eat Wheaties. I haven't gone looking for Wheaties. But Asia Wilson's going to be on a Wheaties box. She gets her own. I'm looking at the picture here. Dave brought this to me. Great looking picture. Las Vegas Aces jersey there. Got the basketball. Looks very serious, very healthy. Guess you got to look healthy when you're eating Wheaties. The cereal company announced today that Wilson will be the next to appear on the iconic, and I do agree, Wheaties is an iconic orange box. Company said Wilson from South Carolina is one of the most dominant players to ever step on the court. She embodies what it means to be a Wheaties champion, leading with excellence, making history, and using her platform to inspire the next generation. Asia Wilson asked about it, had to say being on the Wheaties cover box is one of those things you grow up dreaming about. For me, this is about showing every little girl what's possible. Sorry, I have to change papers. What's possible when you dream big. I'm proud of the work, proud of the journey, proud to partner with the brand that celebrates champions who keep pushing the game forward. So awesome. It's surreal what Asia Wilson has done. I just don't feel like we ever see anywhere, not much less a homegrown kid, a homespun kid, literally from our town. No offense to Camden and Lugoff and going out I-20, whatever. But literally a Columbia kid. Be an absolute superstar. And I mean a superstar in high school. An absolute superstar in college. and an absolute superstar professionally and a trendsetter. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I don't watch the WNBA. I don't even buy it. I don't even go out of my way to watch it. I have no interest. But I know I follow Asia, and Asia is the woman. It's not Caitlin Clark. It's not Angel Reese. It's not any of the other. Asia Wilson is her. She is the GOAT. And to see, this is just cool. She's got her own shoe. She's kind of becoming a fashion icon. I mean, this is phenomenal. And to be one of ours. She didn't come here from Atlanta, Georgia, and select South Carolina. No offense to Aaliyah Boston, who didn't come from Atlanta, but no offense to girls that have come in from elsewhere. Asia is a homegrown girl. This is a Columbia girl. I say this is my town. I'm Columbia. I'm born and bred. I'm 803 till I die, baby. Lexington kid, but whatever. But this is my town. This is literally Asia's town. This is her city. She's a little busy right now. A little busy, got a lot going on in life. But put her on the governor's ballot. Asia could do it all. That's awesome. It's awesome because a lot of us, it's not like we know Asia. We don't know the family, but we feel like we know them. We feel like we've gotten to know them. This is so awesome for her. Wheaties box. Again, I don't know what it means these days. To me, it doesn't feel like it means quite as much as it used to, but I know it means something. And I know that it's rare, and it's not for everybody. I know it's not for everybody. Awesome for Asia Wilson. Just phenomenal. Just another accolade. Just another thing. 3-time WNBA champ, league's first ever 4-time WNBA MVP. I mean, this woman has it all. This woman's living the life. Kudos to Asia Wilson. Great for the University of South Carolina. Great for the city of Columbia. Way to rep. Way to rep, Asia. Love you. Proud to call you one of Columbia's own. Proud to call you one of Columbia's own. That's our girl. That's our girl. Asia Wilson is our girl. Awesome. Awesome work. 803-404-6100. Kyle Thompson, join me. Shinnecock. Woohoo! It's going to be a lot of fun. I look forward to talking about this. You're listening to the Halftime Show. It is 2:18 on a Wednesday afternoon. Bill Gunner, Captain David Aaron, joined now by our expert, our guru, our go-to when it is time for a major, the one and only Kyle Thompson, Gamecock great, Gamecock stud. And speaking of which, by the way, Kyle, we got one Gamecock in the field at the U.S. Open this week. I see where Rob Bradley will actually be on the bag for just had his name as well, and now I don't have it right in front of me. Here we go. Merrick, I think I'm saying that correctly. Merrick Fleming, I believe is how you say it.
Merrick Fleming. I haven't met Merrick, young Merrick. Hopefully he has a great week. You know, represents the Gamecocks. I mean, making the cut at the Open would be a tremendous week for him. So I'll have to keep an eye on his name. That'd be awesome. But, yeah, it's going to be a fun week. I cannot wait to watch. It's going to be pure carnage. So I don't know if you guys have been looking at the forecast, but they're saying there's chances that the wind could get up to 40 miles per hour tomorrow. So I really don't know how they could even have a tournament there if it got windy. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. You know, these greens are diabolical, and you know, shooting. We were talking about at lunch today. I was with Charles Warren, who also played on tour, and a couple other guys. And if we broke 80 in our best day with 40-mile-an-hour winds in the U.S. Open, that'd be pretty damn good. So see how this thing goes down, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm thrilled, and you used the word that I've been using, carnage. Let's look at it from two perspectives real quick. As a player, did you prefer tournaments like this where birdies are extremely hard to come by and the winner is likely going to be over par? Did you feel like that was a better suited tournament for everybody? Or did you like the ones where birdies are easy to come by and the winner is going to be somewhere above double digits? That's as a player, and now as a fan, as a guy who watches a lot, is that the same mentality, or do you go the other way?
Both answers are the same. I liked it when it played really hard. My last victory was down in the Bahamas in 2017 in Exuma, and for 4 days I only got a break par. I shot 2 under for 4 rounds, and that was after I think I shot 41 on my opening 9. I lost 4 or 5 golf balls for my first 9. It was blowing between 35 and 45 all 4 days, and so I love it when it plays really hard, because what it does, it really separates the imposters from the ones that are real in their game, and you can kind of get away with bad shots when the wind's not blowing, but when it's blowing, you have to really be in the moment. You have to be thinking clearly. You have to be putting really well and scrambling. And so for the guys who struggle controlling the golf ball, controlling their emotions, it really can be detrimental to those guys. So I've always liked it when it plays tough. And you know, watching golf, I love seeing when it's playing really hard and it's really windy, and seeing these guys. I mean, they're so good, and they pull off shots in the worst weather. So it's going to be fun. You know, I was actually texting last night with an old friend of mine, Kevin Stadler. You know, it's Craig Stadler's son. He played on tour for a bunch of years, but back in the 2004 U.S. Open, Kevin, I remember the story because I played with him the week after this. On the 7th hole, he was the first out on Sunday in a twosome. And on the 7th hole, par 3, he hit a pretty good shot, and it got rejected by the green, chipped it up 3 feet. He then barely lifts out his 3-footer, rolls down into a bunker. He makes a triple. The other guy in his group made triple. The following group after them, they had a triple and a bogey, and they realized how bad the greens were getting. They had totally lost greens, and the USGA had the greens crew out there spraying water all over the green to try to soften it up because it was getting completely out of control. But laughing about it, Kevin said, you know, best thing he should have done was take an unplayable lie after he putted it into the bunker. Could have taken a 1-shot penalty and put it right back to where he's putting and try to make that 3-footer again. But he wasn't thinking clearly at the time. Who would ever imagine that's the right play to make in a situation like that? But yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I know it's a long-winded answer, but I can't wait to watch it.
Is there a reason? Now, I'm not trying to put anybody down, so this is going to come across poorly, and I don't mean it to. But it feels to me like the U.S. Open produces more random winners. And I'm not saying they're bad golfers. I'm just, you see more names like the Michael Campbells, the Jeff Ogilvies. No offense to Lucas Glover, but that was obviously his kind of lone win there. Graham McDowell's another one. Last year was J.J. Spawn. Nobody really knew who Gary Woodland was until he won it in 2019. Is there a reason for the way that the setup, the way the tournaments played, that you see more, I want to say, kind of random winners than you do at the Masters or the Open Championship, things of that, the other tournaments around?
You make a good point. And this event alone, you had Ray Floyd, I think Corey Pavin. Remember that shot Corey Pavin hit in back in like the 90s? Retief Goosen and Brooke Koepka have won at this course, and only two of them ever broke par. I think what the reason you see that disparity between guys you've never heard of or maybe, haven't been at the top of the game, I think a lot of that comes down to, there's a lot of luck involved anytime you're playing well, but in an Open, it could be just 1 or 2 inches from being in the rough where you got to chop it out sideways to be able to knock it on the green. And in most weeks, that's not, I would say luck isn't as big of a factor as it can be in an event like the Open where, you hit an approach shot and it lands a yard off and all of a sudden it just gets springboarded to God knows where. So that I think that could come into play. And then, there's always nerves that really come into play. And some guys just peak in big events. And even though you haven't heard of them, guys like the J.J. Spawns. I mean, J.J. has always been an incredible ball striker, really strong ball striker. And so when he won last year, obviously he made that 60-footer or whatever it was to win the last hole. It was amazing. But really he got in that position because of how good he hit the ball. So, I don't know if that's the right answer, but I feel like luck probably has a little bit more to do with some of these players winning than maybe other weeks.
He is Kyle Thompson joining us, as we always love to get him on here during a major week. Let's start with Scottie Scheffler right now. It feels like it's been an up and down season for the top player in golf. He's going for the career Grand Slam. Your thoughts on Scottie this week and how he fits this course, stability, really the stability and consistency, but it feels like this year he's been lacking that a little more than usual.
Yeah, he's just gotten off to rough starts all year. His first-round scoring average has been really high compared to every other day. So his game has been, I think, extremely sharp, and it's hard for me to ever knock a guy that's still probably made $5-10 million this year on the course. And he's you can never count him out. His short game is so good. He's so creative around the greens, and he just seems to make putts when it really matters. And he's got a really good caddy in the bag that can help him keep his head on straight. So I would definitely never bet against Scottie. He's got to be the favorite this week. And, you get 4 rounds on a course this hard. I always feel like the cream will rise to the top for the most part. You're going to get – I wouldn't be surprised to see Scottie, Matt Fitzpatrick, Russell Henley's a guy that a lot of people think is going to have a good week. Fleetwood wouldn't surprise me. It's just a lot of guys that are really strong ball strikers and grinders that should or could be in the mix come Sunday.
Yeah, Fleetwood might be my I don't know if dark horse is the right word, but that's the pick. You mentioned Scottie, good caddy. What is the caddy player relationship? We saw last week it seemed like Scottie and was it Ted Smith, I believe is his name. The caddy Scott, not Smith.
Yep.
Did you ever have a situation like that where you jumped on your caddy a little bit and you kind of like I don't know if it's user error, but you're just frustrated and you want to blame somebody else?
Yeah. Look, those happen all the time for every player. There's not a player that hasn't had those moments. He's under a microscope because every single breath he says and makes, it's being recorded. So that was not a surprise at all. Things like that just happen, right? I had some really funny ones with my caddy over the years, caddies. But, at the end of the day, though, we're the ones that are hitting the shot, the pro is, and so we have to have responsibility over the results. We can take all the advice from a caddy, but we are the ones pulling the trigger, and if we're not comfortable with it, then that's on us to back off and, regroup, find the vision that we want to create with that shot and pull the shot off. And I feel like you have to have ownership of your game or else you're just looking for excuses. And some pros, they're good finding excuses and they will blame everybody but themselves, but that's not the way that I ever tried to run my business as a professional golfer. So.
A lot really to get into golf right now with how the tour is shaping up and some of the things outside of the tournament, but we only got about a minute left. You mentioned several names there. Your opinion on where the final score, within a couple shots, where the final score ends up, +2, +3, -2, and who do you take? Who is the Kyle Thompson pick of the week?
Well, I think it's going to be over par. I think it's going to be, my guess is around 3 to 5 over par. And I'm going to go with an experienced player that is used to win, grew up in a lot of wind, and that name is Justin Rose. I think Justin has all the tools to win a big event like this, and hopefully he has a good week. So that's who I'm going with. Outside of Scotty Scheffler. If I had to put my money into Scotty Scheffler, but I'm just talking about a dark horse.
Okay. All right. Well, that pick is as good as any. Kyle, we always appreciate it. Insight's always phenomenal. Look forward to catching up soon.
You got it. Thanks, Bill.
Take care. Former Gamecock Kyle Thompson joining us, one of the greats to ever hit him up on the course there for the Gamecocks. We'll come back, get into a few other topics. It's the halftime show. Thank you to Kyle Thompson. You know, the guy that shows up, does his segment as asked, unlike our other buddy, Tony Annan, who just leaves us hanging. Just disappoints us all. But no, great stuff there from Kyle on the U.S. Open. It's going to be, listen, I'm with Kyle. I like tournaments like this. It looks like carnage is the right word. I think it's going to be fascinating. Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose are my kind of top two picks to take this thing home. I look forward to tomorrow. You're probably going to get very little out of me. I'll be sitting here just completely glued, locked in to the U.S. Open while I'm trying to do a radio show with you. But love this course, love the layout of it, love the looks of it, love the difficulty of it. And I think it's going to be a really good time and a really fun tournament this weekend to watch. And I hate to say it in this manner, but to see the golfers struggle how they may with in particular the elements, as you heard Kyle just say there, with the wind, more of a links style course to begin with. It's going to be a lot of fun. 803-404-6100 if you want to weigh in on that. So one of the reasons that I've always loved doing sports talk radio, I don't try to, I mean, I have opinions, and I come in here and I give you opinion. You're more than welcome to disagree and tell me, you know, call me names and do whatever. Trust me, I've been called all kinds of things in my life. Doesn't hurt me. But I love having discussion to see what other people think and feel and how it affects them. And I saw this story come across about the NBA and about Victor Wembanyama. And I'm kind of intrigued to see what others think about it. So if you didn't see, post-game, Game 5, they lose the game. I was actually watching and didn't really think anything about it. And Wembanyama, a lot of the Spurs, a lot of them left the court without shaking hands with the Knicks. Luke Cornett and the Spurs coaching staff are the only ones that stayed on and shook hands. And a big deal's been made about it, about Wemby and basically, you know, a lot of questions now about his maturity. Just a lot of questions about him. Draymond Green, you know, not exactly the person that I can't believe we're to the point we're listening to Draymond Green on anything, but hey, here we are. But it just got me thinking about sportsmanship in general and shaking hands after, you know, a loss, but after a championship game like that. And I'm okay with it. Now, am I wrong? Y'all can change my opinion. 803-404-6100. Should we I get sportsmanship. I really, truly do get sportsmanship. And so, like, after a loss, I got it. But there's a lot going on to me to make a deal about this. And I'm not making a big deal about Wemby. He's fine. It doesn't bother me that he didn't shake hands. And number one, he's just a young kid. You know, if he was in the wrong, he'll learn, whatever. But I'm curious about sportsmanship more so as we teach our kids, kind of like a parenting moment we're having here. You know, yeah, you teach them to shake hands after the game. We do the lineup, and they go through and they shake hands. But in a situation like that, and it's like we're promoting, well, Wemby's a bad sports person. He's a bad guy. The Spurs are bad people because they didn't shake hands. Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle and all of them, you know, they're just bad people. They're arrogant. They're spoiled. And I don't see it that way. And I'm curious if y'all have read these articles and seen about this and how you feel, because a lot of you probably at some point in your life you've played sports, and probably at some point you've taken a loss, and maybe you've taken a loss in a big game. I will admit we lost Lexington my junior year. We lost to Lower Richland in the state championship. We lost to Ed Scott and Rowe. We lost to Ed Scott, really, but Rowe and Todd Williams and Robert Dugans and I believe it was Carl Williams was the coach for them. And Bailey Harris held us to a high standard. We respected the game. We respected our opponents. I don't remember it, but I'm fairly certain, we shook hands. I remember winning the state championship in 2000 and acting like a moron. I don't remember shaking hands with the other team as a winner. I don't remember it. Now, maybe we did. Maybe they corralled us together and we went and shook hands. And I say this because I feel like in that moment, and I feel like this is just something like that's being blown out of proportion, but I do again wonder about sportsmanship. And in a day and age where everything is captured, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, some other social media site that I've never even heard of that the kids are using, Facebook, whatever. And then we blow it out of proportion, and then we blow somebody's reputation out of proportion because they didn't do something like this. And I don't see where this is an issue or a story. And I think maybe y'all agree with me. Again, it's not like Wemby gave him the extended middle fingers. I don't know how long his fingers are, but they're long. He's an alien. And walked off the court. He didn't moon him. He left. The Knicks are celebrating. They're celebrating like crazy people. They just won a championship. First championship in 53 years. I wouldn't want to hang around on the court, on my court, and watch people celebrate. I'd go to the locker room too. And I can see it from both sides because when I won the championship, when we won our state championship, we beat Marlboro County. Take that, Ty Zimmerman. When we beat Marlboro County, I ran onto the court. I went and celebrated with my teammates. And then, again, like a moron, ran over to the scorer's table and jumped on the scorer's table and jersey popped to the crowd. Can you imagine that? Little 17-year-old Bill Gunner, about all 125 pounds, in the middle of winter, pale, no tan, jersey popping. That was after I played a whopping 4 seconds. But I don't see what this story is. And so I ask you all about sportsmanship because a lot of you out there are listening, your moms and your dads, you're like me. And Wemby and Wemby is going to be the face of the NBA. He's going to be the face of the NBA. He is going to be the kid. He's going to be the guy that our kids look up to. He's going to be the guy that is promoted all over the place. And then there's going to be people like, well, he didn't have to shake his hands. I remember, I don't know the full story. Some of you older NBA fans might was it the Pistons when they finally got beat by the Bulls? I believe this was almost like a tradition, like when the Celtics finally got beat by the Pistons, the Celtics walked off the floor without shaking hands. And then I think it was like the Pistons walked off without shaking the Bulls' hands, and then nobody ever beat the Bulls, so the Bulls never had to do that. But I'm not saying that's an NBA tradition, but it didn't bother me. And I found this story kind of ludicrous. I also found it ludicrous because we're listening to Draymond Green. But I just didn't know how y'all feel as parents, raising your kids, going to rec league games, about shaking hands afterwards. Like, it's ingrained in me that's the sportsmanship of it. But then I kind of thought a little bit about this situation, the last few days, and I was like, does it matter? Shoot, the way some kids act, I don't know if I want them to come back together and shake hands and have a chance to talk to each other. The chances for something bad to happen. I was in an AAU game where a fight broke out in the handshake line, like a brawl. Like, I was like Jeff Van Gundy on the bottom of one of the players' legs, holding on for dear life, trying to get him to stop. Doesn't matter, right? It's irrelevant. We'll come back and wrap up the program. You're listening to the Halftime Show. This is why you bring an expert on. We're in the 85th minute. Portugal and Congo, the Dominican Republic. Not Dominica. I'm sorry, Dominican Republic. What's right? I need a nap. Portugal playing Congo. It's tied 1-1. Jay Phillips just walked in here. We're talking about different items, different things. And he's informing me that even in a draw where they tie, this would be an upset. You know who would have been good to discuss this? Tony Annan. Oh, but no, Tony. Too good for us. His precious World Cup game, his match, up next, by the way, 4 o'clock. England and Croatia, too important for him. He's out in Dallas. He's actually out at AT&T Stadium. Too precious. So if you see him when he comes back, when you see Tony Annan, you let him know. You devastated Gunner. That's all he talked about. He cried on air. He cried because you didn't fulfill your segment. I'm hurt. I'm hurt, dog. I'm hurt. 803-404-6100. Some football news. Stuff happening during the show. South Carolina gets a football commitment. Clayton Lee, offensive tackle Clayton Lee has committed to South Carolina out of Calhoun, Florida, West Nassau. Committed Wednesday. I think he committed previously. Yesterday, Shane Beamer put out the old welcome homes there twice, and one of these was apparently Clayton Lee. 6'7", 305, right tackle. A big boy. Groceries aren't cheap these days. I do not envy that family. 6'7", 305, reading a quick kind of synopsis of him, breakdown, kind of lists him as a project player, but you get him on campus and you develop him, get him in the weight room. I mean, you can't coach 6'7", 305. So a big kid. Goes on to say pass blocking is a bit of mystery. Well, that's not exactly what you want to read, but we'll see what happens. But South Carolina lands a commitment this afternoon from Clayton Lee, 6'7", 305, out of, again, Florida for the Gamecocks. I could spend a lot of time on recruiting. I don't know if y'all would care or not. Again, I've told you, self-admitted recruiting geek here. Used to love it. Used to love coming home at college in between classes or something, getting on and checking the little updates and following the recruiting. I remember the Woody Telfort and Randy Jackson and, you know, all the recruitments back when I was in college 20 years ago. Then I got into it as my job and following it and having insider knowledge and talking to high school coaches and people connected to the recruit, and sometimes the recruits themselves, and knowing what was going on. Always was really, really interesting. And to me, it's just a shame to see where the recruiting has gone nowadays, because by all accounts, Clayton Lee here, this commitment for the University of South Carolina for Randy Clements and for Shane Beamer, could end up being like this really good player, right? Clayton Lee, you spend this time, you find him, diamond in the rough, you bring him in, you develop him, and all of a sudden he turns into like a franchise right tackle or left tackle, and because he's become so good, nobody knew about him in high school, but what ends up happening? Hold the bag, the old bag. It comes a calling. Miami doesn't need to go recruit high school prospects. They call up Clayton Lee, and they're like, hey, we got a bag for you. How you feel about money? We got a bunch of it. You want to come down to play at Miami, play in your home team? I hate that about college football now, because there was a day and age. I mean, in all seriousness, I wonder what might have happened with Ace Sanders, because South Carolina lands A. Sanders because Sanders is supposedly an inch short, a step slow. He's not the guy that Florida State or Florida or Miami necessarily wants, and he fits South Carolina, and G.A. Mangus goes down and lands him. And A. Sanders was one of the most electric football players to ever put on the garnet and black. But after he showed how electric he was, how much tampering would have taken place to get him out of here? We'll see. Anyway, good job. Commitment for the Gamecocks. All right, that wraps up a Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Gunner, remember that. Hope y'all have had a fun show. I've had a blast. We'll be back to do it one more time tomorrow. Y'all take care and enjoy the afternoon.
3 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon. Welcome aboard the post-game show. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford, and joined in studio for even longer than I might have anticipated, which is good. And today we didn't have to capture him like we did Chris Clark yesterday. It's our buddy Ben Portnoy, formerly on the beat covering the Gamecocks, now covering the whole nation. He travels, he wheels and deals with the bigwigs at these fancy five-star resorts.
Well, the funniest part is, so I'm out there, it's our security guy's last day.
Right?
Because he got arrested. No, I'm just
don't
playing.
Do that. No,
I'm just making stuff up now.
He's great.
No, he's a great dude.
And the other day, he did a 16-hour shift, man.
He's a good dude. By the way, he's leaving for a better job, more money, and better benefits, and I got the job for him.
Well, he was still here the other night.
Yeah, I know.
Because he's not here when we leave. And I'm like, man, you still? He goes, yeah, I got a 16-hour shift.
Yeah.
16-hour shift.
He was grinding. So, yeah, he's going off to bigger and better things.
That second 8 hours better been time and a half.
So, just for fun, I had him tase Ben and handcuff him in the lobby. And
sure.
I was like, no, I was like, I don't know who this man is. Yeah.
You realize what Terry does when he says these things is that he wants them to be true, because this is what his youth was like, where he was.
Hey, look, I was only pepper sprayed and maced. I was never tased.
He was tased, accosted, maced, roughed up, and because that never happens anymore, he's like, somebody needs to experience this, even if they haven't done anything.
I miss those days, man.
Well,
nothing better than a good pepper spraying, Ben.
Sure.
See, the problem is I'm young enough that ends up on like Facebook or something like that. See, like you guys get plausible deniability here.
Yeah.
Remember our "Don't Tase Me, Bro" dude from years ago? Remember that guy?
Yeah. That was fun. That was fun
because it wasn't us.
Lots to get to on today's program. We just had, again, it was a draw, but I'll call it an upset. Democratic Republic of Congo 1-1 with Portugal, and in soccer, in games that can draw, when you score last, you feel more victorious.
Okay.
Even if it's a draw. So Congo scored last. Now,
then they do feel
Portugal.
great.
Portugal scored early.
Mm-hmm.
Congo scored late in the first half. No goals in the second half, but a pretty entertaining back and forth. But Congo played their tails off, man, and kind of like with Cape Verde and Spain, you play defense, you're resolute, you believe. Because Portugal's not quite as loaded as Spain.
Mm-hmm. Still, Portugal's
but
good.
Portugal's loaded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every one of their starters starts for a really good team.
So now my favorite saying, because this soccer thing, I only care right now because it's a World Cup. Then I'll stop caring again when it's over.
Sure.
I'm like one of those bandwagon jumpers in other sports. But here's my question, because my favorite new saying, thanks to my son who played soccer, is "park the bus." Did Congo park the bus?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. They went back and forth. They went.
Okay.
They had a lot of opportunities. They did not just sit there and park the bus, which is again a term for just basically staying on defense
and playing defense
the whole time.
Right.
No, they
didn't.
They didn't. They had a lot of nice runs, and it was kind of back and forth, man.
Cool.
So I was
now, Ben, you getting into this whole soccer thing, or what's your deal?
I was going to say, Terry, I don't know if you need to get in on the World Cup spirit, but I was just at CVS down at Assembly being a good son and getting my Father's Day card he sent in the mail. But they had some giant, foam top hats and like a mohawk situation going on down there. So if you need to get some USA gear, CVS on Assembly. No free ads, I know, but
how good would I look with a USA mohawk?
It was pretty. It was impressive. It was kind of like one of those like bike helmets with like a mohawk, spikes and stuff. There was a lot going on there, so I missed it on. But I might make a wheel back on the way back when I get out of here.
One of those start wearing it during the show.
That'll be good for Friday. That'll be good. We'll be out at British Bulldog. You should come hang with us. We'll be out at the Bulldog on Friday after Elijah and I will be out there. No show. We're not. We're just
hanging out.
Yep, drinking beer and just watching.
Just because it's a viewing party, Ben, and they're not on the air, they would never drink.
I'll be enjoying a nice cold Coca-Cola or something.
That's right.
To listen after the last 2 weeks that we've had on the college sports feed, I need a few more than I need something stiffer than beer.
They could put something in your Coca-Cola.
That's Ben's night for the last 2 weeks.
But we got that World Series going on right now. North Carolina is opening up a big lead on West Virginia.
Last time I saw it's 2-1. What's it now?
5-1 now.
5-1.
North Carolina though is the road team today, which I don't really like. And I'll explain that again later. But regardless, again, the Committee on Smiles and Sunshine gets involved in these NCAA tournaments. But anyway, it's 5-1. North Carolina only has to win one of these next two, or just win today, and they move on to
forward
the title series.
Yep.
Should West Virginia come back, they'll do it again tomorrow. And last night, if you missed it, Georgia, as we thought they would have, a brilliant pitching performance, a 2-0 win over Texas. Georgia got a couple of runs late, had a couple more chances. Texas just really couldn't get anything going. And so for the third straight day, Georgia pitching was very, very good, even though they lost one of those games. But they'll do it tonight, Georgia, with Oklahoma.
And we talked about Georgia having to play in Omaha, coming out of that offensive-friendly ballpark. Eventually, they were going to have to manufacture runs and scratch a victory.
Yeah.
And they did it last night, to their credit.
Or again, just keep the other guy from scoring.
Well, you know what? When the other team has zero,
That helps.
it's usually a good thing.
In sports, I've realized that zero is rarely something you like.
I think about this. Georgia, they scored runs when a runner from third tagged up on a pop-up in short left field.
Where two guys bumped
When
into
two
each
dudes
other.
run into each other,
By the way,
scratch the
what
other
a throw
run.
from that guy.
That was a hell of a throw.
I
wasn't
thought. I know the home plate. I mean, and the replay clearly showed they called
Safe.
it confirmed, so it was. But my initial thought was, oh no, they're going to overturn that.
it? Yeah.
You know, that it looked like he might have been safe.
The funny thing, the super slow mo, and give the look. We bash umpires all the time because they typically deserve it. But that call in real time, to see the tag miss the hand, and the hand gets in, and then the tag comes up high on the chest. Let's give that umpire props.
Yeah, I did.
That was a fit.
I do.
Now, again, we'll probably criticize that dude in the next hour or two.
Maybe.
But that was a phenomenal call by the home plate umpire. He nailed that call.
He did. And I also thought that the kid for Texas, I thought that was a catch in slow-mo. In real time, though, it looked like, and that's why, but remember, the ump called him out, even in real time. But replay said that they made it a football thing.
You know what? And then I started to think,
he didn't survive the ground.
I know. Now I'm like, I don't know what a catch is in baseball now either. Because what it looked like, and you saw obviously you saw it, is like it felt like when he put his arm up to show the ump the catch, that almost screwed him over.
Yeah, the ball came out.
Yeah, because he should have just gone for the natural progression of what he was doing with his body. Because remember, he hoisted up his arm.
The
while
way he hoisted it, I thought, well, that should be enough. But they basically, in so many words, said that he didn't survive the ground.
I know, and
or something. You know,
when
they
I
didn't
heard
say
that, I'm like,
that.
oh my God, I'm in catch hell again.
Yeah.
This is awful. But the thing about that inning, you get that base hit on the overturn. They had another 62-foot squibber.
Yep.
Then you get the tag up on third on really not a fly ball, a pop up in short left field.
Yeah.
That's how Georgia manufactured the second run.
Whatever it takes.
That's all. And that's what we talked about with Georgia. There's going to be a time you can't bash your way through.
I still like their opportunity.
I do too. I'm going to tell you.
I really do.
Look, Oklahoma's only got to win one, but Georgia's still pitching staff is set up well.
Yeah.
Really is.
But anyway, enough for the two of us. We're here all the time.
Ben, come on
again,
in, man.
Ben is coming to hang out, and you have been traveling the country.
I have been.
You've been
It's
in
been a lot.
Washington, right? You've been out west.
I was out west. I wasn't in D.C.
You
I
weren't in-
wasn't-
okay,
I
you
wasn't
weren't
in
in
D.C.,
Washington.
but I was in Vegas last week for less fun reasons than like
Sure.
normally you would
Vegas,
go to Vegas for, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's been a crazy couple of weeks. Was all around for spring meetings, and the good thing about college sports now is no one has any opinions about anything.
No,
No.
we haven't. We
it's
haven't.
wild, man.
Well, and that's the great thing about having you is that guys like Terry and me that sit here and give opinions all the time. For the most part, we can just sit here with you, and you can be objective, and we don't have to bash anything you say. We'll just bash everything that everybody else says. But we'll try to get as much as we can in with you.
Let's do it.
What? Be honest with me. And I've got a rundown of things I want to talk with you about. So this is how I wrote them down. So don't think that this is any kind of priority. But I almost want you to rank these stories almost, and then we'll talk about them. The Sorsby Texas Tech situation, the college football playoff format, the new legislation in D.C., potential of a CBA, and the potential of the Southeastern Conference and Big Ten Conference actually wanting to sing Kumbaya. Those have all been things,
yeah.
and there are others like the age restriction rule that's going to I guess get talked about this week, right? I think
it should come up at some point this week or next. I can't remember exactly. But
But of those things, as somebody who has, you went to a Big Ten school, you've covered the Big Ten, you've covered the SEC at two schools, now you're doing the national thing. What stood out mostly to you?
So I think the Sorsby thing is super important in like the immediate term. and I'm sort of deferring here a little bit, but I would say like all the other things are sort of interrelated in a way, if that makes sense. So like I think we've had this conversation before, right? Where like the CFP expansion and all of that is going to be tied into whether the Big Ten and SEC want to play Sing Kumbaya, is also going to be tied into what does the federal legislation look like? Is there federal legislation? All of these things. So like it's sort of like I say a lot of times, like right now college sports is operating on like, basically operating as a 12-sided dice, and all of these things are kind of the same thing, but they're different pieces of the puzzle a little bit, to throw one more cliche out there. But look, I think like the Sorsby thing is really interesting, and I know it's sort of come to a head, I guess, in the last 24, 48 hours, whatever it was. But I'll tell you, they're it's sort of like the inside baseball and the sports writers thing. But I did laugh. I was telling Terry this a little bit before we got on, but I will say the irony. I was out in Vegas last week for the first part of the week for NACDA, NACDA, which is basically like the athletic directors convention. There's like, 6,000 administrators from, D3 to D1 and everything in between. And it's, everyone from like, the past president was Ohio State AD Ross Bjork to like, the assistant ticketing director at Siena or whatever, right? Like it's literally everyone in the ecosystem who's in administration in college sports. So to tell you that there was some irony of Brendan Sorsby getting a TRO that he was going to be able to play despite, gambling on his own football team while standing in a Vegas casino with 6,000 college sports administrators. The irony was not lost on me or a few of the other folks I saw, but it's funny. I walked out of a room and I saw a pretty high profile administrator, and without even batting an eye, they just looked at me, threw their arms up, and said, "What the F?" And that was, that was pretty much the reaction of everyone as it related to that. So it was a little bit of, so that's pretty much how my last week went.
Let me ask you something, because I almost want to get this guy out of the way, and because I do think he also intertwines, and it's Cody Campbell, who's been pushing some legislation. It is my opinion, and I know I am far from alone, for those of us in this business across the country that give opinions, that his number one objective is to make certain that when there is future realignment, and there will be, that Texas Tech is not left behind in the way Oregon State and Washington State were, and that anything else is secondary, tertiary, or beyond. For people like you were meeting with last week, or that were meeting last week that you covered, how do they feel about him?
So it's a really interesting thing, and I think, like, Cody's an interesting cat in that, like, I think there's a lot of wide-ranging opinions. I think that, look, I've interacted with Cody a decent amount. I think at its heart, what Cody wants is a good thing in that, like, what fans want, right? Like, in that people want some order, people want some structure. Now, when you have, $200 billion to throw around, that helps to have your points heard. But, I think that what Cody, I think Cody deep down, it does actually care about this. And I think, it's interesting. We had SBJ we run a college conference every year in Vegas in December, and Cody spoke at that last year, did a one-on-one with my boss, our publisher, Abe Madcore, and he kind of talked about it. And one of the things that came up was like, man, like, what are kind of like your motivations here, right? Like, what are the things that you're, like, why should people, for lack of a better term, like, care what you have to say, and why are you actually part of this? And I think, one of the things he's talked about, and I think it was during that session he mentioned it, was like, look, like, I care about this industry, I care about this enterprise and all of that. Now, flip side of that, what I will say is there is certainly some, if there is nothing else in college sports, there's a lot of hypocrisy. And I think that the idea that the second that, for someone who is yelling and screaming about rules and is certainly involved in helping this Senate bill with Maria Cantwell and Ted Cruz be pushed through, is a major benefactor for Ted Cruz's campaign, among other things. Look, follow the money. It usually answers your questions. But I think that, for all of those things, I do think that Cody's certainly conflicted. And I think that when it came to the Brendan Sorsby thing, and talking to people around the Big 12, at Texas Tech, et cetera, it's not hard to draw the line that Cody made an investment in a football program, and particularly a quarterback. And there are one would want to protect said investments, basically,
Yes.
and ensure that your product is operating at a high level. Look, is that exactly how it went? I don't know. I'm speculating here a little bit, to be very clear, but like, I think that it's not hard to draw those conclusions, and I think that those were some of the conclusions pointed out to me.
That's fair. We got a lot to get to with Ben Portnoy of the Sports Business Journal. Appreciate him coming hanging out with us. Jay and Terry on this Wednesday. Lots to do as the postgame show rolls on. Welcome back in. Post-game show rolls on this Wednesday. Jay and Terry with you. Our buddy Ben Portnoy hanging out here inside the studio. It's getting warm again out there. It's only in the 80s, but the humidity is, 137%. So, there you go.
No exaggerator. It's only 135.
All right, sorry.
Jeez.
Speaking, well, this isn't an exaggeration, but North Carolina continues to open it up on West Virginia now, 8-1.
You're breaking out a can. Yes,
only
they
the
are.
top of the fourth. I was just telling Ben, this is another one of those things in an NCAA baseball tournament where it just sticks in my craw as somebody who really loves college baseball. North Carolina's in the winner's bracket. All right, they went 2-0 on the weekend. They did what they were supposed to do, and West Virginia has to fight their way back. In my personal opinion, today, North Carolina should be the home team. Now, some people may say, it's not that big a deal. I just always think it's kind of, maybe it's not a gigantic Grand Canyon-sized deal, but I think it's a deal.
I just think it's...
when you earn it,
yeah,
you should,
I think you should be... If you have a better record, you should be the home team.
like tomorrow, flip a coin. Or tomorrow, you know what, if they play again tomorrow, then let West Virginia be the, but whatever. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that. But 8-1, so it doesn't, you know what?
The good news is North Carolina is rising above that issue.
Yeah, they're
right
winning
now.
they're winning by 7, and we're not even halfway through it yet. And I don't have the Braves game on in here because I had the World Cup game on. Let me check that. The Braves were losing 4-2 a minute ago. They're resuming play from yesterday's game. It was funny. Before I get to talking more with Ben, I don't want to waste his time, but we had split screen on last night with World Cup and the Braves, and then we switched the Braves to the Georgia game. And World Cup. But my daughter and I, who's a big Braves fan, we were laughing because there were puddles on the infield in Atlanta, like puddles, plural. And they're trying to put all that quick dry out, and it's still raining. And I was like, y'all need to stop. Like, just stop. And they kept on putting it out there. And they even had Paul Bird, who's one of the former Brave, who's one of the, commentators. They gave him a bag of the quick dry, and he's out there with the grounds crew. Like, that's part of the TV shtick. And I was like, finally they called it. So, I'll get a score for you here.
Well, I'm hoping that they're supposed to. Well, I'm glad they're going to finish it because I'd hate to see that Drake Baldwin 700-foot bomb that he hit last night come off the board.
It's not going to come off the board, but it may not help the Braves. It's now 5-2 Giants, bottom 7.
Giants are terrible.
In fact, now end of 7. So we're going to the 8th, 5-2. San Francisco. The Braves are hitting their first kind of slump of the season.
Yeah, look.
It was bound to happen.
If you go 5-5 in 10 games, that's a slump.
I'll take it.
You'll take that any day.
Guess. Ben is with us. He's been traveling the world, covering college sports this summer with so many things going on. We talked about Cody Campbell and the Swordsby situation. I might come back around to that, but let's get to some of the other things that are out there because I think we've all begun to get a little bit of Texas Tech fatigue, even if it's not all their fault. Let's talk about this legislation because I know tomorrow, I believe, it's going to take the next big step up in the Senate. We've already been told by both Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise, who is the majority leader, both from Louisiana, and obviously they represent a big-time SEC school with no direct competitor in state, that this bill would pretty much be dead on arrival in the House because it offers the opportunity for college students, college athletes at least, to become employees. And that is something that the Republican majority in the House wants nothing to do with. Senator Cruz has already said to us, Ben, that that's the biggest compromise that he and his side made with Ms. Cantwell and her side was at least it opened the door for them to become employees, which would lead to collective bargaining potentially down the line. Look, I could go a lot. You could write a book on this. Maybe you should. Look, as somebody who studied politics in college and has worked in politics and has tons of friends both up in D.C. and here in Columbia that work in politics, I know a lot about it. This isn't going to pass in its current form. How confident are they that what's going to have to change to get somebody on the House side to go, oh, okay, because I don't think that employment part is changing.
No, I think the employment part's an interesting dynamic, and I don't know what the right word to describe it is. Is it like it's sort of neutral on the subject? Like I think that it's probably I would say this much, like it's probably not exactly like I don't want to say it's totally been blown out of proportion. That's probably not the right word to describe it, but like I do think like the way that the bill is written as currently written, I should say, until basically tomorrow when there's a markup and all of these things are going to keep being talked about. It basically leaves it up to the schools and the conferences to figure out the employment thing. Like, it tries to stay away from it effectively. Now, I think, to your point, like, there's a reading of it that says, hey, this is opening the door for people to become employees, yada, yada. I understand the sentiment around that and that people would be frustrated by that. I also don't really know what the other solution here is like part of the problem. And now that's whether it's with federal intervention or not, right? Like, I think that's the thing that's tricky here is that, I think college sports, and I think most college administrators that I talk to at least, like, pretty much everyone is at the point of like, look, if we got to make them employees, we got to make them employees. So be it. We'll figure it out, whatever. I think that the actual way to get there is more complicated than just whether it's a bill. I mean, I think there's, certainly every state has different laws around employment and things like that. One thing that's been floated to me recently is that could they effectively become employees? Like, if you said, could your athletes be employees of the conferences? And that the conferences basically take that responsibility, and that instead of, certainly you're going to, as I understand it, and, not a lawyer here despite playing one on television, but, I think that, certainly like local labor laws and things would still apply, but I think if you make them employees of the conference, does that take away some of the issues that would be created with them being tethered to higher education, things like that? I don't know if that could work or not. There's far smarter legal minds than me dealing with these things.
It feels slippery, but
yeah,
especially with 16 schools and however many states.
Well, to me, every conference would then try to one-up each other with great employee packages,
right.
And now you've got the arms race to who's going to be the better employee in this conference. Here's my question. You and I have had this conversation before. I've asked you this question, I think. Okay, I'm a college athlete right now. I can transfer when I want.
Mm-hmm.
My market is escalating by the minute. I've got every advantage known to man. You want me to sit at a table and collectively bargain with you? What the hell are you going to offer me now? I got everything. Now all of a sudden I went from no leverage to a ton of leverage. Tell me why I should sit at a table and bargain with you now.
Yes. No, you're exactly right. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I think that's the thing that goes around. Now, look, I think there are certain things, whether it's like,
it could be healthcare and things like that.
I think there's things that like are sort of the like less sexy discussion points, right? Is like, healthcare options and long-term healthcare and, whatever, retirement, all of those things, right? Like,
right.
Some actual regulation around kids being run off and things like that, right? I think there's stuff around that would offer protection for kids. I think, too, the agent thing is a big problem. And I think, like, that's...
Absolutely.
Look, there's a lot of sort of yelling and screaming about the agent thing, and I know that some people roll their eyes at it, but, like, that's a real problem, and you hear it from pretty much everyone in the industry of, like... I kind of joke about this, but, like, the only thing that qualifies anyone to be an NIL agent these days is basically having an Instagram and a cell phone. Like, that is the qualification.
It's true.
And so... Look, there are plenty of agents out there who operate, in good faith, and there are plenty of people from, like, major companies that are doing this, and, like, obviously at the highest levels, the kids that are making real money, like, those guys are represented by real agencies and things like that. And this isn't to say, like, hey, down with the little guy, right? Let people try and make a living. But I do think, like, there is no sort of certification process, no vetting process, and so it creates people, like, it creates a problem for these kids where they're having, agents take 20, 30% of whatever a kid's making, and that's crazy. Like, the industry standard, I think, is closer to like 5%.
I was going to say about 5% typically.
Typically is around 5%. Like, there's kids signing over their rights essentially for 30%. Like, that's crazy for some of these deals. And so I think it's interesting. I had a long conversation with a couple of folks who are involved in the NIL space at a few Power 4 programs while I was in Vegas. Had lunch with a few folks, and this came up, and that, like, at one point someone was telling the story, and I won't reveal names, but it was like
No, I do.
Yeah, we want to hear names.
It was basically going back and forth with an agent, and they basically were like, hey, but, like, you should probably ask me for this, or you should ask for this. Like, they felt like they were negotiating against themselves, basically, because the agent wasn't asking the questions they were supposed to be asking.
Right.
And so it was a really interesting, I was like, man, like, that, it sort of speaks to, like, hey, like, these guys, there's a lot of folks out there who really have no idea what the hell they're doing. And I think, like, it's predatory, and I think there's a lot of ADs, there's a lot of coaches, there's a lot of people that really worry about that. And I think, like, when we talk about, like, why would athletes want to collectively bargain, I think those are some of the things that come up. Now, your point is absolutely right, though, in that, like, hey, my contract's basically not worth the paper that it's printed on, and I can transfer whenever I want. The market's jumping 50, 100% every offseason. Like, what is it exactly that I'm not getting now that I'm not getting? And I think, the reality is like, college athletes are getting everything that pro athletes have always tried to get through labor negotiations.
Right.
Like, what exactly is the benefit here? Basically to save, like, ADs and coaches some sleepless nights. I don't know. But, like, that's sort of it. Now, again, like the structure and things like that, like I think there is some value in all of those things. And I think it is an interesting dynamic of like, there are things that would benefit athletes. But, this has come up in conversation, came up last week, it's come up previously, is like, what would the percentage of profits have been? Let's say that, and this is, ifs, ands, or buts, right? But if college football, let's use just college football as the example. Like if you're college football and you had gotten everyone together and collectively bargained, what percentage of profits would athletes have said yes to in a collective bargaining agreement 5 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer that I've generally gotten is like, I don't know, 20%.
Yeah.
Now it's turned into like 80%.
Yeah,
we're not that
well,
far
the
off
NFL
from
gets
that.
half.
Exactly.
Yeah, NFL
50%.
50-50
And
split.
so, like, if that's the case, man, like, that's where schools are really costing themselves a lot of money. And to be very clear, like, athletes are worth what they're being paid. Like, it is, I think, generally speaking, most people agree, like, it's insane that these people were not being paid for years and years. And that is a good thing. I think the problem is that the market's not keeping up. The market is jumping at rates that it can't keep up with. And I think it creates, don't even get me started on basketball, which is a whole separate issue. And this is sort of a side conversation and a sidestep from what we're talking about. But, like, college basketball, like, there are not that many programs in America, if more than like 10, 15, 20, that are making, $20, $30 million a year in revenue. Here's the problem. High-end college basketball rosters are now costing $20, $30 million, $20, $25 million in revenue. So, like, you're at a point where I think we've already jumped the shark, and I hear this from a lot of administrators, and it's something worth, I think, people keeping an eye on. Basketball's jumped the shark as far as, like, it's no longer a revenue sport for people because the cost of maintaining that roster is now gone past the what you're actually generating. And so if that's the case, like, I think that does the market kind of right size itself and schools say, like, hey, like, we're making, like, I don't know, $8 million a year on basketball. Why on earth are we paying $20 million for a roster? Like, so it's an interesting math equation that I think is going on for a lot of people.
Lots more to do with Ben. We'll see what the next big story of the summer is going to be that he's covering. You're listening to the postgame show. British Bulldog Pub ready to host you, well, really all throughout this big soccer tournament or any other night of the week, to be perfectly honest with you. We're going to be out there on Friday. And I want to remind you again that I can eat my weight in sausage rolls at British Bulldog. But here's the thing. Maybe on a Friday when you're out watching a little USA, how about some loaded London chips, all right, with spicy cheddar cheese, bacon bits, ranch, and jalapenos. One of my favorites is the chicken curry, diced chicken, red curry sauce, and scallions, the pimento, the roast beef and gravy. Yeah, these are awesome. Or you can get the beef eater, which I absolutely love. Tower of London burger is just off the charts. The chicken, bacon, and leek pasty. I could go on and on and on with how amazing the food is at the British Bulldog. I'm so excited to be out there to watch USA Australia on Friday. Elijah and I are going to be out there. I don't know what I'll get. Maybe a smorgasbord of things. And again, they got beer. And beer. British Bulldog Pub, Rattler Parkway, Harbison. All right, welcome back in. A few more minutes with our buddy Ben Portnoy of the Sports Business Journal. Jay and Terry with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Braves down 6-2. North Carolina still leading 8-1. Again, if the Heels win, they are in the title series. If West Virginia finds a way to come back, bottom fifth, by the way, with WVU hitting, if they come back, they'll play again tomorrow. Tonight, Oklahoma in the winner's bracket, needing Georgia to beat them twice. So we'll see. But Georgia beating Texas last night. So we're down to the Final Four, if you will, at the College World Series. All right. So again, as we mentioned in the last segment, the Protect College Sports Bill, whatever nickname they've given it, gets a markup tomorrow, and we'll see how different it looks. But again, with the Republican leadership in the House in Washington has already said, yeah, we ain't passing it the way it is. And you threw in there, how we could potentially get to a CBA. I still think it's a long shot like you do. We've talked about college football playoff expansion. No decision yet. Is there a feeling that – well, let me ask it like this. $100 million is what the Southeastern Conference gets, give or take, for its title game alone. And then it distributes that money, obviously, amongst itself. Is that the hang-up? And they make us whole, and we'll agree to 24.
Pretty much, yeah. So I guess we're doing, for someone who's really bad at math, we're doing a lot of math here. But
no, I hate math. Don't worry.
It's all good. But I think
just guess.
Yeah, it's all good. But we'll do some back in the napkin math here for folks because I think it's helpful. So the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12, roughly, give or take, that group of four conferences generates around $200 million in revenue off their conference championship games. The problem is that if you go to 24 teams, which I think a lot of people have come around on, and a lot of these leagues, the ACC, the Big 12 have come out in favor of it. The Big Ten's obviously been in favor of it for a lot of reasons. That's a separate conversation. But if you're going to add those games, you're basically adding a bunch of first and second round games. Is essentially what you're adding, right? And let's be real, right? Like a college football playoff semifinal game is not worth the same number as a first round game, second round game, whatever, right? Like from a media executive perspective, like it's like, am I going to buy the $20 bottle of wine or am I going to buy the $200 bottle of wine?
I'm getting Tulane in Minnesota with all due respect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, what are these new games worth? So it's roughly 8 games, I believe, that would be part of the new package. Basically, the question is like, okay, first of all, how are you rectifying the $200 million that you've got to keep up from those conference championship games? And how much new money on top of that is coming in? I've heard varying numbers today. Credit my buddy Ross Dellinger here, who is out in Denver with the Commissioners Convention, Conference Commissioners Association meetings right now. But the CFP just let out of their meetings, and they didn't talk about media evaluations, despite what folks had suggested in the weeks leading up to this. So things are going great. But, the sentiment that I've heard from people is like, if you... I used kind of like $400 million as a rough estimate. I mean, that's a little bit of guesstimating here, but use that as a rough number. Mm-hmm. You're basically talking about $200 million spread out across 10 conferences and then spread out across how many schools in each of those conferences. Like, if you're doing that, like, even with the tiered revenue distribution, so, like, for example, the SEC and the Big Ten, again, I think it's 29% of every dollar that comes into the CFP, give or take. So if you're basically saying, like, there's only $200 million of new revenue coming in and the SEC and the Big Ten are only getting 29 cents on every dollar, like, why are you doing that when if your conference championship game, you're getting every single dollar that comes in? And so I think that, like, the math just doesn't totally square to a point where there's enough new money coming in to justify expanding to that many
but there's
games.
there's no fix. Otherwise,
there isn't, and I think
if you drop the games, we mean
100%, and I think 16 is an interesting, and I think and I will say this, like, if you go to 24, realistically, you're probably, I mean, I wouldn't say this for sure, but does another media partner come in, whether it's Fox or CBS or NBC? Fox is probably the most obvious one, given the way that they have the Big Ten kind of locked up, and they don't currently have any inventory on college football playoff. Does someone like that come in and overpay and say, hey, whatever, we'll match?
Get Bezos to do it, man. Yeah, get Prime to do it and tell Bezos it's going to cost you, $200 million.
Exactly. Do you bring in sort of like, the Big Ten? I think it's actually a good parallel here is like the Big Ten media deal, for example, is structured such that Fox controls basically the good stuff. And then CBS and NBC kind of have their next pick of the litter from there. the way that the NFL has done the Super Bowl, right? They've parsed it out to a couple of different media companies. The idea being that, hey, if you sell it to a couple of different people, you may get some people to overpay and you may end up getting more money out of it.
Right.
CFP, could you do something similar? Possibly. Like, that's not the craziest thing in the world. I don't think it, like the NFL is a pretty decent parallel for this. The problem is that, you know, for example, where the way it exists right now, like, right, the SEC has just ESPN. And I think for fans, that's great. It's easy. You figure out where the games are, you know where they are, whatever. But I think if you're the CFP, if you're the conferences, like, to bring in another media partner, like, that's kind of the way you would maybe make up this money. But again, it's a little bit, it's really complicated. And again, like, the math just doesn't, and this is just me kind of doing back of the napkin math with some relatively informed opinions here, but, you know, backing it. But, it just, like, the math doesn't totally math. And I think that's why you're seeing a hang up, because I think if they had figured it out, they would have done it already.
Okay. I got a minute left here for you, so less than that. SEC and Big Ten just going to be a super league, and we're just going to get all this behind us, right?
Yeah, in 1 minute. I'm sure we can sum this up quickly.
That's why
exactly.
I did it.
No, it's good. I think it is. I think it will happen. I don't know how it happens over the next. I don't know if it happens in, like, the next 6 months or year or 2 years type thing. I think we're looking at, like, when media contracts come up.
2031.
Yeah.
2030, 31, 32, somewhere in there. Like, that's kind of how it feels, and I don't know that it's as simple as just, like, the SEC and the Big Ten sign a deal and they're like, hey, yeah, we're going to go do this thing
And
together.
then I don't think
more,
Texas Tech is in that super league.
Well,
no,
their own
and that's a
Super
separate
League.
conversation that I'm sure we can get back to, because I do think there's something to that.
The Texas Tech Super League.
That's right.
So where are you going next, man? What's the next travel of Ben Portnoy before we let you out of here?
I'm home for a little bit. I am. My wife and I are going to Chicago for a couple days in July, so that'll be good. We're going to go see Noah Khan at Wrigley Field, so
There you go.
that'll be good.
Very
So
cool.
get a little time in Chicago.
Going
and
to
then I'm-
Wrigleyville?
Yeah, we're going to stay in Wrigleyville, see some college friends. And then I'm actually going to Chicago 2 weeks after that for Big Ten Media Days. So I'm spending basically all of July in Chicago, it seems. But
stuff.
yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. And then
Nice.
hopefully
Good to see
home, play a little
Yeah,
golf.
thanks for
We'll
hanging
see.
out with us, man.
Always.
Appreciate
Always.
it. We'll lean on you soon enough. I
No, yeah,
assume.
we'll bug the
Whether
hell
you're
out of you.
here
Don't
or
worry about
somewhere
it,
else.
Portnoy.
Nah, it's
we
all
will.
good.
Yeah.
Always fun, guys. I appreciate
Good
it.
to have you come in. Ben Portnoy, B Portnoy 15 on Twitter, and catch his work at the Sports Business Journal. You're listening to the Postgame Show.
biggest sporting event in the world is about to start, and DraftKings Sports is a perfect way to get in on the action because it's now live in all 50 states, including the great state of South Carolina. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live here in this state, so whether you're watching the game at an early kickoff before work or maybe a late match at the bar, you can be in on every minute, every match, every moment, all on one app. New DraftKings customers can sign up with code 1075TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 1075TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions. Dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. For terms, go to dkng.co/predictions promo.
Welcome back in. 10 minutes in front of 4 o'clock here on a Wednesday afternoon. Jay
We have
and
that
Terry
guy
with
here
you.
more often.
He's great. He's great and so well connected. And, you know, I know he wishes that we, like we all do, that there were more answers to some of these topics. But it's just, you know, like you said, the math doesn't math when it comes to
No.
ending the conference title games.
Well,
like
you and I had this conversation. Why, if I'm the SEC, am I giving up between $50 and $100 million because that first round college football playoff game isn't going to have the ratings, isn't going to generate revenue for me? And like Ben said, now I got to split pie with who?
Yeah.
Why?
That's going to be the big one. And that's why I think the pooling of TV rights is going to be such a difficult conversation. And like I said, you know, Florida's not going to want to split with Central Florida.
No.
Michigan's not going to want to split with Central Michigan. And Missouri's not going to want to split with Missouri State.
Let's
and
face
yet
it.
they're all FBS. And that's just like I'm not giving you my money.
Ready? Here's if you're the SEC, we'll play the game. You know, hey, pull the money. All right. Well, here's the thing. I like it the way it is now. I don't want to pull my money, but you'll make more, but not as much more as they're going to make.
Well,
and here's my other thing. If I'm pulling this wagon with all the TV ratings I bring to the table compared to the ACC and the Big 12, we need to tier this thing that I get a hell of a lot more than they do, or I'm not even talking to
Look,
you.
they might. Here's the thing to your point, and I agree with you. Okay, if you're making $100 now and you're splitting it the way you split it, if the let's just say that everybody, all the TV money right now is $100, but it's split with the SEC getting its and the Big 12 getting its and the Big 10 getting, and so on and so forth, all the way down to the American and whomever. All right, and then in the next round you pool it and it's 150. If you're splitting it at the same percentages, then nothing changes.
Right.
Everybody has more money, but nothing really changes. And so what some smaller schools want is, again, the Cardinals get as much as the Cowboys.
Right.
The Cardinals are never going to be the Cowboys.
No.
Right. The Browns get as much as the Steelers. The Browns are never going to be the Steelers. But the Steelers make money in other ways because they're the Steelers. And the
And
Cowboys
there's only
make
32 of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why the Super League thing, when you're going to have, and it might be the Power Four.
It
might not. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it just feels like to me again,
But Texas Tech has shot itself in the foot.
both feet, all their feet, they've shot themselves. I just think that, look, I understand the greater good thing. I understand why the NFL model works so well. But I also get the idea, if I'm the Big Ten and the SEC, I'm going, whoa. We earn what we get by look at our ratings, look at this, that, and the other of what's going on here. How do you want to pull? What's going on? Because we like what we've got. How are you going to pull this thing to where we're not getting screwed, or we're all of a sudden giving others what we have really earned? Am I, you know what I'm saying? to you?
Absolutely, and that's why I think it's going to be incredibly difficult.
It's very
Perhaps not
difficult.
impossible, but you're not going to convince Michigan to make as much television money as Central Michigan.
No.
You're not going to convince them of that.
So the model of pulling it and equally passing it out is a no-starter.
Right.
But so if you're going to try to get this passed, the other side, which is Congress, whatever entity, has to get creative and tier it to where others are making more, but the SEC and Big Ten aren't losing in the making of more for others. I don't know how you do it, Jay.
Well, and this
I
is
don't know
why
how
I've
you
been
do it.
saying for a long time that Power 4 schools should only play Power 4 schools, and that we were headed down this road anyway, because that's what the consumer wants. And this is a market-driven system.
And the other part is, this might be the thing that totally breaks them off, because at the end of the day, dude, we know what this is about. Dollars.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're the Big Ten and the SEC, you don't like the idea of sharing your dollars.
No. We'll share the airwaves, though, and we'll do that with Hale McGranahan, top of the hour. Hale's been covering recruiting and Gamecock football camps. Has it been a rough go for Shane Beamer and company? What's expected this weekend? More on Cruton and Gamecock football. Hale McGranahan, Gamecock 24/7. Coming up. Keep it here. Love telling you about our friends at Integrated Media. Home theater speaks for itself, indoors or outdoors, and I talk about that a lot because I've got those things from Integrated Media. But we have more from Integrated, including the ability to do our security system and our thermostat. And if that's something that you're looking into in terms of smart home technology, Integrated has been at the forefront of that across the Midlands for many, many years. And they can come in, help you install those lights, those video cameras, indoors and outdoors for extra security. One of the things that we've been talking with them about is, maybe you've got, one of your children that's moving into their own place for the first time, and you want to make sure they're nice and safe. Let Integrated come in and work with you step by step to get all of that done for them. It really, and then they can control it from wherever they are. As long as you got an internet connection, you can control it and make yourself feel a whole lot better. So whether it's home theater, home technology, home security, so much more, 803-948-8327. Work with my friends at Integrated Media. 4 o'clock here on a Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back in. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford with you. Thanks again to Ben Portnoy for hanging out. Langston's in the house. He's going to join us in just a minute. I thought he was coming tomorrow.
Well, I'm sitting here, right? I'm looking at the window.
I saw a guy out there, and I was looking, and then you said, Langston's here, and I was like, looking out the window there.
Because I'm sitting here staring out the window, and I'm like, who the hell is that dude just kind of hovering around? I was getting ready to get security to break out the tasers.
I invited him on tomorrow's show, and I you know what? I was trying to text him while we were on, and I try not to do that too much when we're on air. So and he's like, no, no, he's
I
clearly,
looked up, I'm like, Dave, is that Langston?
clearly here right now. So we'll talk to him.
Well, see, what I did? I'm not going to lie to you. I sent Dave to the door in case it wasn't Langston. Because then Dave takes the whooping.
Sure.
But
No,
Dave,
Langston's too nice. He doesn't do that anymore.
well, it's Langston, so of course, I mean, no, not anymore.
Yeah.
Now the old Langston,
Well, you had to put him in a helmet and pads.
well, helmet and pads, and
then
plus
he'll
the
whoop your ass.
frustration of playing for the Bengals and the Lions and the Cardinals. He just wants to beat the hell out of somebody. I don't blame him.
He got paid.
He did get paid.
He got paid. Anyway, well, it's great to see him, and it's been a while since we've seen him, so we'll talk to him in just a few. But right now, let's talk to our good friend Hale McGranahan on the beat with Gamecock 24/7. He and John Whittle continue to do a fantastic job. And while I'd love to talk with Hale about Fish's summer tour, we'll instead.
That makes one of us.
Well, that's the only one that counts. I mean, we'll talk Gamecock recruiting and some other things going on. How are you, sir? Happy summertime.
Yes, doing all right. Appreciate you guys having me back on with y'all.
We've been talking a little bit of recruiting this week because there's a big weekend coming up, and obviously camps, and you got the future prospects in town, and it's been a rougher go than normal, even in some tough years. The Gamecocks typically, as you well know, because you cover it so closely, you top 20, top 25, middle of the pack in the SEC. And that's not happening right now because there's just a lot of unrest and uncertainty, Hale, around the program's future. How much do you think that is impacting? Is that the only big impact? What else might be working against Carolina in terms of not having the kind of recruiting season they typically do?
Probably hard to quantify, at least for me to do that, but I think the 4-8 season is definitely a factor, and one that they're having to deal with. Shane Beamer and those guys over at that football facility, that they like anyone else. If you have a rough season and you're trying to go recruit, moving forward, the people you recruit against are going to make sure they can hold it against you, and that's just part of it. The only way to change the narrative is to go out and win some games in the fall. And unfortunately for those guys, they've still got a couple months before they're going to have a chance to do that. So something they're having to deal with right now, and it's definitely affecting things, and will continue to have an impact as we get closer to the season, and some of these 2027 recruits are making their decisions. But you know what? Winning cures all ills, and recruiting is certainly among them. Obviously, there's the financial aspect of things in recruiting these days, and while that, some guys weigh that pretty heavily. I don't think it's one of those deals where South Carolina is just really affected by that. Like, I think they've got what they need to be competitive and get the guys they want to get, but in a lot of cases, they just haven't been able to, again, because I think more so because of what happened last fall.
Hey, Hale, and the good news is all these things are verbals, and like you said, go out there in the fall, win some games, get off to a good start, get some positive momentum, and then it becomes flipping season. From some of the guys they have lost, they've been in the Final Two on some and have lost out, and even here recently, some guys even locally have picked other programs. Do you feel like a decent amount of these guys are flippable if South Carolina gets off to a good start?
I think there are a few, definitely. Trey Segar, the running back from Burns, is definitely one, in my opinion. I know they're going to continue to recruit him, and his parents are both Carolina grads, and like I said, he's from Burns, so he's an in-state guy, and he was at most of the home games last season, and I'm sure that if things are going well, or at least I think if things are going well on the field for Carolina in the fall, that they'll have a shot to get their seat back at the table, so to speak. Fred Ards, the defensive end from Orlando, who's committed to Texas A&M. He's been up to Columbia probably 5 or 6 times as a recruit, and include that official visit he took about a month ago. So I think they could potentially have a shot at having a seat at the table again with him. Those are the primary 2 that come to my mind immediately, and there probably could be others. And but yeah, to answer your question, Terry, I think those are the first 2 who I think of immediately.
Hale McGranahan, Gamecock 24/7 with us. Does this, in your opinion, I mean, ask this the right way, I hope, make the staff more aware of following portal guys, potential portal guys during the season as well, Hale, this coming football season, just to make sure that if they don't get some of the high school guys they want, that they've got, the coffers filled this time next year?
Yeah, and that was the approach that they had last year at this time, when they're obviously coming off a really good season and recruiting was going better than it is now. Like they had the mindset of, hey, we know what we're willing to spend on a high school player, let's say a defensive end, for example. We know what we're willing to do there, and if we don't get the guys that we think are worth that amount, we're not going to turn around and go give that amount to a lesser player just because the money's still there and we have the means to do it. Because there is, like you said, the portal is going to be open in a few months, or after the season's over, I should say, and you don't want to just burn through all your money just to go get guys to put on your roster. You want to be smart about it and make sure that you don't leave yourself without any flexibility. And that's, again, one thing Shane Beamer's talked about before in the past is something he learned from Steve Spurrier, is when it comes to recruiting, you always want to be flexible, and that hasn't changed this year, the year before, or years before that. That's always going to be how he's going to operate.
Hey, Hale, one positive, it seems like bringing in Stan Drayton as the running backs coach, we've seen 1 4-star verbally commit. We've seen South Carolina in the mix for other running backs. What's been the difference with Drayton that we haven't seen in the previous 2 running back coaches that seem to be getting the recruiting jump-started when it comes to running backs?
Well, I think first and foremost, he's done it at a high level, and you just look at his resume and some of the schools that he's worked at in the past, it pretty well speaks for itself. I mentioned Trey Segarra, and you lose out on him to LSU, and it's certainly a tough loss, but they've got a really good one committed in Braden Tyson from the Atlanta area, who's a 4-star and a big back and a very productive player, and a guy that people should be excited about. And the plan all along for Carolina is to get more than 2 running backs in this class, and they'll continue to try to do that. But yeah, when you get a guy like Stan Drayton on your staff who's coached at a lot of big-time programs and been a head coach as well, that's going to help. And I think that he's been a good addition for the staff, both from a recruiting standpoint and an on-field coaching perspective.
Hale, when you talk to some of these recruits or potentially their high school coaches, maybe even some of their parents or family members, what sense might you get from them about what they're looking at in terms of where Carolina is going to need to be next year? And I don't just mean like their opinion of it, but is there a feeling that if Carolina goes X and X, everything is fine? Anything below that, and it's not. Is it more nuanced than that in terms of that feeling around? Forget about the negative recruiters. We know what they can say. I'm talking about when you might speak with some of these folks directly. What vibe might you get about Carolina's outlook and what they need to do?
Honestly, I haven't asked that question, that specific type of question, to anybody really, as far as recruits or people close to them or anything like that. And I don't know. I really haven't thought about it, honestly. I probably should have, but I haven't.
Well, hey, Hale, we'll put you on hold real quick. Make a bunch of calls,
go make some
and
calls.
We'll jump back on.
Shoot me a text. But
Yeah,
to stay in that vein, when you see these kind, I mean, look, because and as Langston is here, and I'll reference some of the things that we've talked about with Langston, and something I use a lot. Tell me how you lost. If you're in a bunch of these games, one of the things he said about Carolina a couple of years ago was, look, you can get better and still lose. Now that you've brought Kendall Briles in, you're revamping this offense. And you've got a nice quarterback room beyond Lenora Sellers next year. We know what Clayton and his guys are doing. Can Carolina? If Carolina's only 6-6 next year, it's better than 4-8. But is it enough? I mean, that what are we looking at from a long-term perspective? Might be one of those things that it's hard to answer. But is that enough of getting? I'm air quoting now, getting better.
Yeah, I mean those are the decisions that potentially somebody like Jeremiah Donati is going to have to make, and I think really that's who the question is best for. Quite frankly, I don't know that a recruit or a player's parent or whoever is going to be able to really answer that, other than maybe just sharing their opinion.
Or what they want to see, again, for a long-term kind of future too, is what they want to see and where.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I was going to say, like, I get what you're asking, but yeah, I mean, if a guy's committing to South Carolina here on June 17th, then I think it's safe to say he's obviously buying in, so to speak, and believes that things are going to turn around. So.
Hale, we've seen one thing about Kendall Briles. It's pretty interesting. Every time I seem to be reading anything with you guys or any other sites, Kendall Briles has offered another high school quarterback a scholarship. We hit 2028. I think we hit 2048 2 days ago. Now, a lot of quarterbacks are getting offered scholarships. And what's your take on that? I mean, obviously, you always want to fill your quarterback room, but Kendall Briles is out there recruiting.
Yeah, it's a significant change from the previous two offensive coordinators. Mike Shula, I think he only offered one 2027 quarterback. I can't remember off the top of my head if there were any 2028s. I remember talking to Dowell Loggins not long. I guess he'd been on the job for about 4 or 5 months, and that subject came up, and he even admitted to me, I'm probably a little too particular about what I'm doing with offering quarterbacks. I think it's safe for me to admit I'm kind of slow to pull the trigger. So I think it's a good thing. I mean, cast a wide net and see who's interested and wants to come on to campus and visit you. And at that position in particular, and all high school recruiting, you got to start early on some of these guys, but especially at quarterback, you're really setting your board before these guys are even juniors and playing their junior season. So it's important to get the ball rolling on a lot of these guys. And like you said, Terry, he's offered a bunch of 2028s. I mean, I think it's up to like 10 to 12 maybe that he's offered. And a couple of them have been on campus here this month, and one has been in a couple of times during the spring, and another's coming in on Friday. So, yeah, you got to be a volume shooter sometimes in recruiting, and it's not the worst thing in the world to be doing that at that position if you're Kendall Briles, and I think that's why you want to go and try to hire a guy like that if you're Shane Beamer, is because he's got some name recognition and he's done it before at the college level at a high level. So I think it's a good way to go about things if you're talking about quarterbacks.
I'm going to leave it there with the wisdom of Hale McGranahan. Sometimes you got to be a volume shooter. I like that.
I like that,
I
too.
like that. That's solid advice.
I've been a volume shooter at times.
Yeah, well, they have to go in, Terry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you have to
I was
make
talking happy hour.
You have to make some. Oh, well, those have to go in too. Hale, appreciate you. I know it's a big weekend for the Gamecocks. We'll check in soon on how things went. Have a good one, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Hale.
All right, boys. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That is volume shooter, Hale McGranahan.
That was good. Volume shooter.
Yeah,
I love that. That was good.
I'm writing that down.
We got to steal that one from Hale.
We just did. we just did. Langston Moore is in the house.
All
kinds of people have been, and now Langston. What a great day! And we'll talk to Mr. Moore coming up on the postgame show. Griffin Pools and Spas ready to help you make those backyard dreams a big-time reality. They've been building pools and backyards since 1976. In fact, that's how it all got started. Stanley Griffin, who founded the business, built his own pool in his backyard. And it was like, pretty good pool. Maybe I should do this. Now, 50 years strong, family-owned Griffin Pools and Spas still making everybody nice and happy. Custom pool design, what do you want? You want a little something just to dip your toes in every once in a while? Or you want something that you've seen at like a resort? Hey, they get it done for you. Saltwater pools are a lot easier to take care of these days, too. Low maintenance equipment installation, minimized disruptions when it comes time. Listen, you're going to get a big hole in your backyard, right? It's going to take a little time, but then bang, there it is, ready to go. And they'll stay with you every single step of the way and beyond to make sure you got everything you need to have a lot of fun for years to come. Check them out online, griffinpoolsandspas.com, or stop in, talk to the great folks, see their test pool right there on North Lake Drive near the dam. Griffin Pools and Spas. All right, welcome back in. Always a pleasure, whether it's on the phone or the special treat when we get him in person. Langston Moore in the house, the former Gamecock D lineman, team captain, draft pick of the Cincinnati Bengals, husband, father, softball expert, barbecue aficionado, back roads traveler at Texas for softball. Now he's a D.C. expert.
He always forgets the one.
Sometimes media member.
Journalist and correspondent.
Public speaker. children's book author.
I got you. Go ahead. There you go.
With a media credential that's very dangerous.
That's
you
right.
might see me anywhere, except for the world. For the what are we calling it here? We can't use the licensing.
No, you can say World Cup as long as we're not inside a commercial break.
Okay, I've been listening to these morning show guys and those Preston and Elijah guys. They don't know what they're talking about.
When they're doing a
calling
live
something
read for our party on Friday, then we can't say it. It's like we can say Super Bowl when we're talking about the Super Bowl, but if we were to say, hey, come join us at wherever, we have to say for the big game.
In the words of James Brown, it gets down into the details, into the contracts. It's very complicated. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. So, you can say World Cup when you're watching. England is beating Croatia 1-0, and at the College World Series, North Carolina is all over West Virginia.
They are stomping the curb.
12-1.
The Mountaineers, yes.
Right now. So, North Carolina, I'm going to go out on a limb and say North Carolina, even if it's only the 7th inning, will be.
Well, now that you said
series.
that.
Well,
West Virginia with the 12-run
that would be
Langston.
I'd be fine with that because that's more baseball tomorrow. So I'm not trying to and really if it's
you're just trying to ruin the juju for North Carolina.
I got no love for them. I ain't worried about it.
But it is the month of the comeback, whether it's the Knicks or that one baseball team that night that came back, decided to come back in San Francisco. Jesus, what were they doing out there that day? But I don't know.
Speaking of San Francisco, they beat the Braves today 7-2. They'll play again tonight. Today was a resumption of last night's rain suspended game, which again was suspended about an hour later than it should have been. I still don't know.
Player safety, man.
They wasted a lot of that stuff. That's all I'm going to tell you is they wasted a lot of that quick dry, whatever that stuff is.
When 3 outfielders have to take a rowboat out into the field,
dude,
you probably should have played.
Again, the puddles were everywhere. I was like, why are y'all trying to put – what are you doing? It was ridiculous. But you know who's happy about it? The people that make that stuff.
Oh, yeah. They made a lot of money last night.
Got some free marketing. You got to see.
Buy stock in that company.
Mm-hmm.
How you been, man?
Man, I'm doing good, man. Better and better. It's summertime, but, it always seems like it's constantly school visits, different things. So we were doing the little read and workout tour. But most importantly, man, just trying to get ready for summertime. It's here. It's not getting ready. It's here. Next week is almost June. So
How many people hate Texas Tech in Texas?
Well, it depends on what side of the Metroplex you're coming from. You see those folks with those little red pistols or the little Yosemite Sam looking deal. They hate the burnt orange guys and then the burnt orange guys. But then I like the ribbon that the Texas Tech guys were doing for a little while. Then they just went down this crazy rabbit hole of just using substance abuse, not even substance, addiction and all these. The boy was betting on games. God bless him. They gave him the old college try, but. Sorensby, that whole deal. I love how the coach called out Texas and did all those things, but it was just all of that doesn't matter now because of the Sorensby story. It just kind of wipes away.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's put you back. You're back in your gear. You're back in the locker room. You got a dude that walks in that was betting on his own team for or against. Now you get out there and start playing, and our boy has a day where he's throwing to the other squad. You side-eyeing him?
You can't trust him. It's one of those deals, and it's crazy how this is the Mendoza line for everybody. We domestic violence things, stealing, larceny, with a weapon, without a weapon, whatever. But this right here, oh man, everybody seems to be like, nah, we can't. No, we can't do that. Now there was this AD and all those different things, and I think that's because they were trying to figure out a way to get a return on investment.
Sure.
But having a conversation a little bit early today, I wonder how this all went down. Was it? Of course, I don't think Sorensby is going to say, no, let me, this money's waiting for me. I'm not going to, put me in a supplemental draft. I hear all this stuff going on. It feels like they came to him and was like, yo, we gave you some money. We're not going to give you any more money. Keep what you already have, but you're not playing for us this year. And we'll help you, but I think we all just need to move on a little bit. And I think Sorensby was like, yeah, because there's no winners in this. If you're one of those teams that signs up and plays, and in a year from now it comes back that you beat Texas Tech and it didn't matter, you hate it. But then if Texas Tech beat you, and you're like, so there's no winners here except to get this boy out of the way and figure out maybe how we can get Dominic Riola down there or something like that. Because he feels like that's where he needs to be instead of Oregon.
But Jay and I were talking about this yesterday. So what if the minute he suits up, right, and he's going to go run on the field and play, and then all of a sudden the lawyers run out and go, no, an injunction, the Big 12 has just dropped a court deal and you can now not play. So you're not in the NFL. You're not in a camp. Now you're not playing for Texas Tech. You're sitting in limbo. So, really, at the end of the day, this is the best thing for everybody.
Yeah, I think it is the best thing for everybody. And I can just hear the clown music right. The lawyers coming out, papers flying out of the briefcase. Oh, one more injunction. No, don't let them take that snap. But also, too, it's just everything comes into question. It comes back to that Lou Holtz deal. And one of my favorite things is Coach Holtz used to always ask the kickers when he missed, are you betting on the games? What's wrong with you? No, I'm just the kicker. I just get nervous, Coach, and that's one. But you look at everything under that auspices, under that guise. It's the same way if you ever had a partner and maybe one of the partners did something and you're like, now everything is like, oh, so you were going to that place eating chicken with that person over there the same way, and it's the same way. Was that how you were, betting with the? And so all of it comes under scrutiny, and I think you're right on the. I mean, they tried. They gave it the old college try. They did everything. They got the lawyers. They brought in medical stuff. They tried to do all the different things, but I think this is the best course of action for everybody, and they probably shouldn't have gone down this road to begin with.
It shouldn't have. Staying with Terry's premise of taking you back to your playing days, whether it's with Coach Holtz or once you got to the league. Tell us what it's like when it comes to gambling education.
It's nonstop. From obviously in the NFL, and it's kind of like, there's kind of like a blanket thing that we're all going to talk about these certain things, but then there's other coaches who talk about this more to a degree, whether it be, certain coaches talk about stealing and different things, and there are domestic violence, certain things, and you can tell that at one point, and you think about the late 80s, early 90s Notre Dame, them being on TV, betting different things. He used to probably feel the brunt of all of that, and so he brought all of that here to South Carolina. And when I tell you nonstop, they would bring the yellow parlay cards in there. We know what this is. They would bring sled guys in there. I mean, constant. It wouldn't just be the typical HR, we got to check this box. It would be constantly. We'd be like, all right, man. Then when you get it so much, you get the presentation so much, you're like, who in here is betting? You start looking around. It's like when your mom's like, would y'all just clean this house up? And you're like, who got cleaning up their part of the house? Right, mama yelling at us. And so it's the same exact thing. And then, but that's where it has to be kind of an all or nothing deal, because even if that is my boy, I don't know what he's got going on, and I don't know that number. I don't know that. And that's things I've seen in the NFL later, different guys with, they have some ways and means and some money, but that's when it gets really more dangerous. But now we got this thing called NIL, and these guys got their own money. And did you see Arvell Reese the other day? And the big question was, man, you signed this big old contract. What'd you do? What's the one thing you buy? I already got it all. I went to Ohio State, brother. I got millions already. I've already bought everything already. So, and that's what a lot of the stuff you're thinking about. Money only shows you who you really are and gives you the opportunity to really expand that. So if you were a big eater, you're going to eat a lot of big plates that way. If you were a guy that likes a certain amount of entertainment with a certain amount of people, you're going to spend that money on that and doing those things as well. So it just exacerbates it.
It's, because again, this is, he bet on his own team. I'm not saying that I excuse, look, he clearly might have an issue, but like even in let's say you're in the Bengals locker room, if you and your teammates wanted to go bet on the Reds playing the Dodgers, who cares, right? But like you can't. Don't be placing bets on you. Don't no insider info.
No.
I mean that's a whole different animal, and that's what I think a lot of Texas Tech people just don't want to believe. It was even if it wasn't at Tech, it was at Indiana. But you can't bet on your own team.
And again, even if he was on fourth string, Preston makes this point every morning when they talk about it. It's like nobody knew more about our opposing team than me, because I was the scout team guy, or I just go into the locker room one day and I say, oh man, so-and-so's been laid up all day. And then you start getting to this new thing with the prop bets and Carolina and all these different things. And so it doesn't even have to be point spread. It starts to just be those little devious things. Maybe I don't start the game. I come in on the second rep, things like that. So that's when you're like, man, what's going on right now?
Well, and he bet it under one time. Even if it was only one time, that goes to your point. Like when you bet it under, you know something's up.
Something smells.
Yeah, you know something's up. Lots more to do with Langston. He's in here for the rest of the hour before we get him back out to Texas, where he can go solve all those problems. it ain't my problem anymore.
There is the Big 12 offices out there. They hadn't called me yet. They hadn't called me yet.
You're listening to the postgame show.
CHW Cabinetry. Once again, if you want to get cabinetry done, inside, outside, just pick a spot in the house. Doesn't matter where. Anywhere. Terry, I've always wanted to have cabinets under my toilet. So what? Do it. Hey, CHW Cabinetry is there for you. Just make the phone call, 803-520-6837. Tell them what you're looking to do. Go meet with Star and her crew. Talk about, what direction you want to go, what kind of budget you got, and CHW Cabinetry will start the process. You get photorealistic renderings, transparency all the way through, no BS. They are there for you, holding your hand from beginning to end. It will be done how you want it within your budget. Again, go to the website, read the reviews. Google loves them. Look at the Google review rating of like 4.8 out of 5. CHW Cabinetry, again, start it all by making the phone call, 803-520-6837. Sit down, talk to the folks at CHW Cabinetry, and get this taken care of. 2 Notch in Lexington. Our first check on the traffic, as soon as it loads up in the old computer, as it's getting there very slowly. Here we go. A couple accidents. One, Blue Ridge Terrace at Clover Road. Also, Lexington, Leapart Road at Sunset Boulevard. Slow traffic in Lexington in the usual spot. I-126 and St. Andrews between exits 108A and 106. We'll pop back in here and talk more with Langston on the post-game show here on The Game.
Welcome back in, Jay, Terry, Langston in the house. Athletesанdartists.net. He and Coach P. Y'all been? So you've been local.
Local.
This
as
week.
local as we can be, closer to Pillion, the other side of Lexington.
All right.
They got a couple summer school sites, Read to Succeed deal that's still going on across the state. So we go around and try to treat the kids like Kobe. Get in the gym during the summer, get them shots up, so you can come back and don't try to wake your brain up on the first day of school. You come in already prepared, and so you have confidence in a better school year. And then we had the privilege of going down and working in the Charleston County School libraries down there. So we got to go to the James Allen Library, my hometown.
Yes,
the Keith Summey Library out there in North Charleston, where my mom used to teach school at nearby, and all the way out there in Hollywood, South Carolina. They got a nice little library, Aqua Center out there in like Ravenel, Hollywood. They must be getting ready to build a bunch of stuff because it's way nice out there. Way nicer than I ever remember Ravenel, Hollywood.
It's Charleston County, so the answer is yes.
Correct.
And now if you're in Berkeley County or Dorchester County, the answer is yes.
Yes.
So basically, you don't want the kids to show up, going back to Kobe, you don't want them to show up, their brains like Shaq, fat and out of shape after making rap albums and bad movies.
Yeah, don't treat the school year like pro athletes treat training camp. Like, this is what training camp's for. I come in. No, you come in shape so we can speed you up and we can hit the ground running. We can do all that. Let's not wait till Christmas till we finally remember, my name is Langston. This is your teacher. Sometimes it takes that long.
So be the Kobe of learning and not the Shaq.
That's right. Get them shots up. Get those books in your brain. And you can't sleep on the books. You got to read them. That's how it works.
That's right.
I took some good naps on them books.
I did.
Look how I turned out.
I always thought there was a reading fairy, Terry, but until somebody said they don't come and whisper the words in your ear.
You know what would be perfect? I should go on tour with you guys, and you go, if you fall asleep on your books, you end up like this guy.
See, that's what Preston. See, I finally figured out my role in this dynamic with me and Preston, because Preston has all the degrees, and Preston says, "Look at him. He played for the worst teams in the NFL. He didn't read enough books. Go ahead and be like him if you want to. I'm just telling you, read books, you'll be all right." But we could always use another example, man. We never have enough examples for the kids.
You know what? I'll bring my orange jumpsuit for my incarcerated
There you go.
days.
This is waiting for you.
No,
they
we
got
talked
one
about
just
it.
in your size.
Terry's in the Baltimore County
Penal System
Hall of Fame.
Quite proud.
Yeah, he's got a plaque and everything.
I got a video of the ceremony. I'll show it to you sometime.
Yeah,
Is it one of those deals where you only see from the neck up?
Yeah,
Because of
it's
the
mug
numbers
shots.
behind you and everything.
Yeah.
Mug shot. It's great. He did.
I'll show you my prison tattoo in the next break.
He did well for himself. Man. No, let's not do that. I don't wanna, we don't need to see that. No, having fun with Langston for a few more minutes. All right. I want to come back to the Sorsby case, but now I want to ask you just about football. Supplemental draft. I know you. I mean, you follow the sport closely enough and saw what he did at Cincinnati. He's good. But when it comes to the supplemental draft, what might a team be weighing now? And knowing that his issues matter. How much, when you look at the Deuce Staley pot of gumbo, how much of going into that pot is the issues, and how much of that right now is the football?
Well,
Especially in a supplemental draft.
And the supplemental draft, and this is my question, even with Sorensby going down there, and I know he was on par with our guy, and I'm going to just tell you, our guy is way better than Sorensby ever wishes he could be. If Sorensby ever wished he was Lenore says, he better wake up and apologize. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But that's my question. I kind of think I know where his ceiling is, and it's definitely with the supplemental draft. You look at the guys who have gone, whether it's been the kid from Baylor. We understand the reason why he had to go was because of the drug deal. There was another young
Terrell Pryor from Ohio State
had the tattoo stuff. Then even going back to Brian Ballsworth, I think he had to because of something wasn't all the way clean yet, so I got to wait till the summertime. And so I realized that the supplemental draft has a lot to do with drugs and different things, and but you better be a dude. And I don't know if Sorensby is a dude enough. I've heard a lot of people saying, well, we could maybe kind of sneak in there and grab him right now. Somebody that was already going to need a quarterback, but maybe in a year from now. So is there going to be a pending suspension from the NFL? We already probably know something's going to happen. Even though you didn't do any of these things here, we're going to have to tap that hand to let you know we don't play around up here.
Well, Terrell Pryor got 5 games in the NFL.
Correct. Yeah. And again, all of that was in Columbus.
And that's over tattoos.
Yes.
I mean, you think about this, and you make a great point right there. Yeah, you didn't do it in the NFL, but what you did, you sure the bleep can't do here. Right. So we're going to give you the quick hammer now to let you know, don't break that app out in the NFL.
At all. And I'm gonna tell you, so there's every NFL team has a police rep, legal rep who used to be either in the FBI or high-ranking. I'm telling you, these guys are great. They're probably the rock stars of every franchise. You don't ever hear about them, thank goodness, for a good reason. They hear all these things. They know everybody by first name, but there's a limit to their power. I've seen these guys come and get guys out of handcuffs before. I've seen these guys, there's be a whole lineup, perp walk. No, let me get that guy. He's safe. But those guys were players that I'm thinking about right now. Mm-hmm. Now, there's other guys who had certain things happening, And that legal person that was supposed to be for our benefit on the team had to let it happen because, you know, I can't get in the way of those things. And it just was always amazing to me, like certain people, going back to the Jimmy Johnson thing, you know, if you go into the meeting room and Troy Aikman's asleep, what do? He was like, man, well, I'm going to tap the guy next to him and tell him, you getting cut because you letting Troy fall asleep. I'm going to tell Troy, here's a pillow, brother, chill out. And so, again, I don't know if Sorensby warrants that type of thing. So getting into the supplemental draft, it's all the bad teams have to go first, and then it's the non-playoff teams get the second pick, and then it's down there from there. So there might be somebody desperate enough that needs a quarterback, but you look out on the landscape, I don't know if there's somebody that desperate because these draft picks, unless you Les Snead or the guy from the Rams, you know, everybody else wants those draft picks. Everybody's like, let me get those draft picks. Like not what Les is saying.
Yeah,
out
you
there.
know what's ironic about this? Like I could see, like I wouldn't do it. That's what I was telling Jay. I wouldn't give a kicking tee for this cat, and that's just me. But some team is going to give a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round maybe. Because maybe. But here's the thing. We bring this up. The teams typically desperate for quarterbacks right now are bad teams. Bad teams have crap cultures.
Correct.
So you're going to bring a guy with a quote-unquote addiction into a bad culture on a crap team. Sounds like a recipe for success, Langston. What do you think?
It sounds like the Cleveland Browns. It sounds like I won't even say the Detroit Lions. We were just terrible. We were just inept. We didn't have like that problem. But that's where it goes from a bunch of guys like this do stuff like that, or winners do stuff like this. And I'm just telling you, bringing this dude in here and hoping he's going to be an Eagle Scout now and be Josh Hart and put the app down. It's hard.
I know, man.
It's hard, and then you start getting into moral things. So us three have all grown up, and we've always heard the Pete Rose story. We've heard all these innuendos and different things. These guys have grown up in a whole different era when they seen nothing but DraftKings, this, Carlana, all these different things coming on, and it's like when somebody tells me, I got this certain type of, addiction. I'm like, really? That's something? And I think he looks at those things probably maybe forward-facing to lawyers. He says, yeah, I got a problem. But afterwards, he's like, man, it's just betting, man. It's not I just saw it on, DraftKings.
Well, it's like playing any other game on your phone.
Correct.
Right.
And the gamification of everything is really was hooking these young kids.
No,
and
that's
again,
fair.
I mean, it's everywhere. That's
everywhere. What we've said about this young man. I mean, seriously, he's 22 now, but he's got a problem. But you do want him to get help. I mean, a lot of people are going to vilify him, and again, I'm kind of glad he's not going to play for a lot of reasons. I mean, he did break some severe rules 40 times over, but I don't have to tell you, the vitriol that you will get in opposing venues is bad anyway. It's going to be so much worse for this kid.
It's going to be so much worse. And then, like you say, you start coupling in with your teammate. When maybe it's not the whole entire team, but you walk past a guy and like, what was that? And then
Actually, you remember Pete Rose? I mean, you mentioned Pete Rose, and I know you remember. I'll just tell y'all something, and it was really funny one night. But when you think about it, it was kind of mean at the same time. So this is going back 30-some years. We're over at the ballpark here in town watching the Bombers. And I think it was the Columbus Red Sticks that Pete Rose Jr. played for. Okay, this is Sally League ball, y'all.
Right.
Mid-'90s. Pete Rose Jr. comes to the plate. And, now batting, Pete Rose Jr. There's a little polite applause. And there's 2,000 people in a 5,000-seat ballpark. And there's a slight pause as he enters the batter's box, right? And it's kind of quiet. And out of nowhere, this fan yells, "Hey, Pete, what's the spread?" and the place erupted like Jerry Seinfeld had told a joke. And I'm like, that's funny, that's clever, but if I'm Pete Rose Jr., who had nothing to do with it, man, that sucks.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
And now if you're Sorsby, you did it.
you did it.
They're coming after you.
And by the way, now you got this thing called social media, so they're on you 24/7. There's no getting away from it at all.
Like it was funny, and then I was like, "Oh man, I feel bad for Pete Jr. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. But his name is Pete Rose.
If there's one thing we know, especially with athletes, confidence is very it's paramount with them. And so I think even more so than actual like physical ability sometimes, because I've seen some guys who like can overperform, obviously their size, different things, but like with him, especially the quarterback, I think that gets I think I'm more worried about that in the mental health landscape for him than I am for anything else, because it can go really left really quick, really dark really quick, and maybe he doesn't hop back on the app and starts betting like crazy. That's not how he's going to do it, but just goes into a deep dark hole, and then there's a whole bunch of other things that can follow.
There's a lot there, man.
And again, 22 is young, man. Yeah. That's the one thing. You talk about NFL guys, you think you're supposed to have it all together. I mean, I know there's some guys I played with. I just, we hadn't played together in a really long time, and they had a charity football camp last week, and I saw that, and I was like, oh, you finally growing up. You're 46, and you finally getting it now. I mean, you didn't get it back then, but there's no church in a while. You can't be a really sane person, I guess, but this is a whole different thing. We're talking about betting, gambling, trust, the integrity of the game, and just the nature of just hearing, man, Langston Moore grocery store. That was the bad as I got when I played for the Eagles. My whole name was on my jersey. I still think about that story. I can't imagine the heckling and the things that he would get, and the mail and the emails. So again, take some time off, brother. Stay away from the game for a little bit.
More to do with Langston and a World Cup update coming up. It is time for a big soccer tournament update. Welcome back in. Jay Phillips here. Terry Ford hanging out. So is Langston for a few more minutes. We got one going right now, y'all. First half is nearly done. England and Croatia 2-2. This has been a back-and-forth affair. Very good game right now. Earlier today, we had an upset, even if it's a draw. Portugal and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The last time that Congo was in the World Cup, they were called Zaire. 1974, 52 years ago.
Right after the Ali Frazier fight?
As the last time they were in.
I was joking, and that was for real.
And in that World Cup, Zaire did not score a goal. Now, they've not been back to the World Cup since. They have changed their name, again, to Democratic Republic of Congo. And today they scored their first goal in a 1-1 draw against Portugal. I call it an upset. Even in a draw, I call it an upset.
No, wait a minute. Help me out. Okay, so Zaire's now Congo. Well, what's the original Congo now?
It's still just a river.
Is that it? Because there was a Congo, like before.
The Congo was a dance.
I
love
when
that
Daddy
dance.
puts, when Daddy puts the lampshade on his head and
I have
starts acting crazy like Homer Simpson.
I have to go back. I think that's the Conga.
Congo.
Yeah.
Get it right.
Close.
Well, that's next to the Congo. If you look, Congo is north of Congo.
Yeah,
if you look at your African
I
map.
don't know if there was a country
I thought there's a country called Congo back in the day.
I don't know. I'd have to look that up for you.
You know what? Again, I was asleep on my book. What the hell do I remember?
The reading fairy didn't come that day.
At midnight Eastern time, Austria and Jordan kicked off, so it ended today. Austria beats Jordan 3-1, Jordan's World Cup debut. Tonight, we've got Ghana and Panama, followed by Uzbekistan and a very good Colombia team, not to be confused with our city. But yesterday, I was telling Langston, yesterday was FIFA's dream day of this World Cup. France beat Senegal 3-1. Kylian Mbappe, maybe the best current player on the planet. It's debatable, but he's one of them. He scored twice. Then Norway played Iraq, and Erling Haaland, the big giant Norwegian who plays for Manchester City, and all he does is score goals, he scored twice. And then the GOAT, Messi, and Argentina played Algeria last night in Kansas City, and they may as well have been playing in Buenos Aires, man. I mean, I'm so serious. They may as well have been playing in Buenos Aires. I mean, the whole place, they were all wearing Messi jerseys. Messi, 3-0 Argentina wins. And he scored all 3 goals. A hat trick for Lionel Messi. He now ties the great Miroslav Klose of Germany with the most goals in the history of the World Cup.
So my buddy Tyler Twellman told me this last night on ESPN because we're tight now. Lionel Messi is the youngest Argentinian to score in a World Cup match and the oldest.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
And a lot of things in between. And thank goodness he finally got his title last time. They played for a title against Germany back in, I think, the 18 World Cup. Does that sound right? No, 14 World Cup. 14 World Cup. Because 18 was France. But Argentina wins easily last night, and he looked great. Although I will say, there was a little controversy last night. He might be lucky that he didn't get red carded last night because on a defensive play, he came up on a guy, and while he didn't mean to, he did hit the guy in his calf with his cleat.
Oops. Not the lion.
And
no.
you can't do that. Even if you don't mean to.
He didn't mean to.
But the ref didn't see it, and the VAR, the video ref, did not intervene because they basically said, well, hey, look, we're not going to call that if he didn't call it.
NBA basketball, are you listening?
Yeah.
Are you listening? Don't check the out of bounds play and call 2 fouls and a technical foul.
Not saying if it had been somebody else.
I'm just saying.
So,
I like that.
But anyway, so thanks to the Bulldog for bringing us this update. And again, Elijah and I will see y'all for a watch party, USA, Australia on Friday, Bauer Parkway in Harbison, British Bulldog Club. It's going to be packed, and it's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
So come see us. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, man. I'm glad y'all still let me know. The code doesn't work anymore, but it's all right. It's all right. Well, it's like my parents when I first came in from college. I was like, why my key don't work no more? They're like, it's all right, just knock. We still let you in.
Just take Preston's swiper.
Yeah, we'll give you. Yeah, we'll get you.
Hour 3 coming up.
Get you caught up on what's happening. We have accidents. Broad River Road at St. Andrews Road, Clemson Road at Hardscrabble, also Highway Church Road at Blaylock, I-26 westbound at I-26, exit 64, I-77 both northbound and southbound at Farrow Road, that's exit 19, Leapart Road at Sunset, and Old Cherokee at North Lake Drive. Pop back in here, get our drive around the SEC. That's later. Integrated Media, our buddies with the 5 o'clock news. That's coming up next here on the postgame show with Jay and Terry here on the Game Network, at the Game TV Radio on YouTube.
It is 5 o'clock news time here on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. It's also the final hour of the postgame show alongside Terry Ford. I'm Jay Phillips. We start with the College World Series. Yesterday, Georgia sent Texas home with a 2-0 win last night. That after Troy had just really fallen completely apart. West Virginia beat them 12-0. Right now, we have ourselves a little bit more of a game. North Carolina was up 12-1 in the 7th inning, and somebody who's talking into this microphone right now went ahead and basically said, yeah, North Carolina's going to play for the title, and then West Virginia ended up scoring 5 times.
And what did we say? The minute you said it.
Yeah, that I might have jinxed
you
them.
Screwed up the juju.
But again, they're not my team, so I don't care.
If for some reason this becomes a kooky West Virginia comeback,
I'll take full credit for it.
I'm thinking Coach Forbes is going to say we were doing fine until Jay Phillips ran his mouth.
Well, that's cool. Then I'll just call Coach Sabins and go, you're lucky.
Say thank you.
I did it for you there, Steve. All good.
Say thank you.
But no, in all seriousness, right now it is 12-6, but it's the bottom of the 8th. West Virginia is the designated home team in this game, so they are hitting in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody on and 1 out. So they got 5 outs to score 6 runs, and now they got 4 outs to score 6 runs on a ground out to shortstop. So 2 out, bottom 8, North Carolina leading 12-6. If the Heels do hold on, they play for the national championship. If the Mountaineers come back, they'll do it again tomorrow. Same scenario for Georgia, who takes on Oklahoma tonight. That game at 8 o'clock. Georgia with, as I said, a 2-0 win last night over Texas. Oklahoma in the driver's seat. So Georgia will have to win today and tomorrow. Sooners just need to win one of them to play for a title. So there you go. We're down to the baseball version of the Final Four. And in a second here, I think it's going to be the Final 3. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Not trying to jinx anybody.
No, you wouldn't do that.
No.
It's interesting how well North Carolina has played since they got the scare early in the tournament. And look, we're going to see an SEC team. I still think Georgia's got a shot.
I do too.
I mean, they can beat Oklahoma twice.
I still like Georgia's chances. I'm predicting it. I might have to back off of that a little bit because you got to win twice, and I know how hard that is. But at the same time, like we said, here locally, in the 4 times, we mentioned this yesterday, and it's always worth repeating, in the 4 times that Ray Tanner had South Carolina play for a national championship, in 3 of them, South Carolina to get to the title game against Texas, just one off then, or the series, the other times, did it 3 times, man. Only against Florida that year did Carolina come out of the winner's bracket. You beat Clemson twice in 2002, you beat Clemson twice in 2010, you beat Arkansas twice in 2012. So, South Carolina alone is, I think, has all the proof you need that it can be done. By the way, home run for West Virginia, solo shot, 12-7.
There we go. Nice job, Jay. The thing about why, especially with Georgia, that I feel better about their chances is how they won last night.
Yeah.
If they'd have won that game last night 10-8 or 12-2, and they won in Georgia fashion where they just bashed you into the ground, I'll go, yeah, okay, that's fine. But they won a game last night against their MO offensively. They got really good pitching, which you and I said the difference in that team is the
tossing
pitching.
a shutout. Yeah,
But the way they scraped to get 2 runs last night, because the kid from Texas had like 10 strikeouts in the first 3 or 4 innings.
Yeah.
Our boy was dealing.
yeah.
But
And then the kid that came in was pretty good.
by the way, that freshman
yeah.
with the Grizzly Adams beard,
The freshman who he's
He looks
19
30.
and looks 30.
he looks 30. He's got more facial hair than you and I have body hair.
I know.
But anyway, and he's one of the arguably the best freshman pitcher in the country
Yeah.
coming out of the bullpen. And Georgia scraped and scrapped to score a run against him. They scraped and scrapped earlier. You and I, we've both watched enough baseball in our lives. If you're going to win a championship, there's going to come a game or games where you got to do what Georgia did last night.
Right.
You got to find a way just to grind a couple of runs, and they did, and their pitching stood up. So I feel better about Georgia is what I'm saying moving forward, because they showed us they could win a game where the stakes were at the highest by playing against their MO. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does. I mean, I remember how Carolina beat Virginia back in, what was that, 11, I think, and you had these crazy, or maybe that was, guys, they run together sometimes. but I mean, y'all remember that Virginia game where Carolina had that crazy play at home, and it was just, sometimes, you need all of it to go right for you at some point if you're going to win the College World Series. But again, North Carolina just got out of the inning, so 12-7 going to the 9th. They're up, and a win for the Heels gets them to the title series. Georgia versus Oklahoma tonight from Omaha. College football playoff leaders met today in Denver, but we didn't get a whole lot out of it, says Rich Clark, the executive director of the College Football Playoff. Quote, "We did have some discussion about 16 teams, but I will say that the majority of the discussion was about 24. I think 16 is," again, still quoting, "I think 16 is, from some of the operational elements, probably have more answers for because it's a bit closer to 12 and what we're doing now. So that drove the discussion more to 24 because it is so different and there's so many other variables that we have to consider." He said the executives did not put any dates on paper to see how a 24-team playoff might look on a calendar. And he said he didn't actually get into numbers as far as revenue goes. Call on me, Terry.
Jay Phillips.
What the hell did they talk about? Sorry, but this is a news version. I'm not supposed to be that guy right now. But
That's okay.
I sometimes can't help myself. It says here, to be serious, it says one of the biggest questions they have is whether revenue from the 24-team playoff, which is what we talked about with Ben Portnoy earlier when he joined us from the Sports Business Journal. He was here in the studio. Whether that money would make up for the lost revenue of conference championship games. And I listen, nothing I've read in any of the models that have been run, and you can always find some statistician or mathematician or accountant to give you something that you want to hear, but nothing I've seen says that. And again, when you add these games, I'm not saying they won't be fun and they won't mean anything to their respective fan bases, but even Fox and NBC and CBS are going to go like, as I mentioned, I just used the example of Tulane versus Minnesota. I mean, good for Tulane and Minnesota. And like they might feel that way if it was South Carolina. I mean, look, even South Carolina in a big conference isn't, Alabama, which is a bigger draw. Let's just call it what it is here. When you're getting more of those games, it's not necessarily something that is going to just immediately move the needle
Right.
the way, as Ben pointed out, and he's right, the way a semifinal game does. You're not adding a whole second set of semifinals. If you were, that'd be great. But that's what's called a quarterfinal, right? So, if you will. So it says, one more quote from Rich Clark. "We talked more about scheduling and what the different options would look like, and that's really important for us because there's a few questions that the commissioners had that we need to be able to answer for them. I think they gave us some clarity and some guidance to help us get to some of those answers." So I can't really tell you what today's meetings accomplished. I suppose it's just the next step in the process, however many steps may be needed.
Yeah.
He says the next step is to work with media advisors to figure out some of those logistics. And another thing, too, Terry, like we talked about, you already got a college football playoff that this coming season is going to end in the 4th week of January.
It's just insane.
If you're adding 12 more teams to the field, you can't run this past the Super Bowl. and you can't keep competing with the NFL, and you don't want to be playing on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
No, and
so you know, and then waiting till Mondays. And we already talked about it. This year's alone, from New Year's Day to the semifinal is going to be almost 2 weeks, and then it's nearly another 2 weeks from the semifinals to the title game. So the casual fan begins to just lose their interest. Like, when is it? All right, maybe I'll watch. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to strike while the iron's hot.
Right, and when you lose consistency, and these games are all over the place, it's 10 days here, and this, no one's keeping up with it consistency-wise, and you nailed it too. You lose the viewer momentum on this.
Yeah, the diehard, again, you and I have talked about it many, many, many times. And those of you listening right now are just like all of us for the most part. You're going to watch it if it's at 4 a.m., or you'd go to it if your team was playing and it was in Nome, Alaska.
Right. This is about the casual.
But they, you know, Disney and Fox and CBS already know they have us.
Mm-hmm.
They're not worried about us.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to watch. We're going to be there glued in for 4 hours. They want the that NFL fan that's a little bit casual, or just somebody who's like, yeah, championship, huh? All right, or playoff. I like playoffs. I'll watch some playoffs. That sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
And and if you lose them, or there's something else on, maybe I'll watch Love Island.
Right.
And you think I'm kidding, but they'll be like,
we're not kidding, and especially when there's no rhyme or reason to the schedule.
Right.
And it gets lost behind this or that or whatever.
I'd love to know. I'd love to give you more of, I was hoping today, as Ben was, because he was mentioning that he was talking to Ross Dellinger. I was hoping that we could have more of, hey, it's looking like it's going to be this, and here's what we're, but no. So not much happening at the CFP meetings today out in Denver. Atlanta Braves fell this afternoon to the San Francisco Giants as we continue our integrated media headlines. 7-2 the final. This game resumed from last night. The Giants did great today. It was 3-2 when they suspended the game last night because of heavy rains in the metro Atlanta area. And when they came back today, the Braves were like, meh.
Hey, you know what? Really not into it now.
Yeah. So 3-2 last night when they suspended it. Giants tacked on 4 more. The Braves did not. They will play again tonight. Carson Whisenhunt, big lefty, is making his season debut tonight for San Francisco. J.R. Ritchie goes for Atlanta. The righty is 1-1 with a 3.82. Atlanta has lost 2 straight. Atlanta has lost 5 of 10 and has seen their lead shrink from 10 to 7 in the National League East. So when do I start to worry about it, Terry Ford?
You're fine. Long season, my man.
But the Braves,
season.
actually, I'm wrong. With today's loss, my bad. The Braves have lost 4 of their won 4 of their last 10. So this is the Braves' first slump of the year.
But you know what? It was going to happen. They've been playing so well all year.
They have. I'm greedy. I get it.
I know.
But all of a sudden, that David Cloninger in me is beginning to.
Well, see, that's a problem. You listen to Cloninger too much because Cloninger's already said the season's going to crap.
I know. And on the eve of the U.S. Open, this is interesting. The Royal and Ancient, that's the English golfing arm, and the USGA have proposed a golf ball rollback that will take place in January of 2030. The two bodies said in a joint statement, quote, through a series of formal feedback processes and numerous individual stakeholder meetings, the governing bodies agreed on an across-the-game change in how golf balls are tested via the overall distance standard. So basically what they're trying to do here, and they'll implement this in 3.5 years, is they want golf balls to not travel as far. And basically they think that guys are just mashing the ball. You got like, and look, I'm going to use Bryson as an example, Bryson DeChambeau. I'm going to crush it off the tee, and then I'm going to hit a pitching wedge in,
and then putt,
and I'm going to putt.
They want to bring the all around game back into the game.
They basically guys now are like they don't even use their. You only use a 5-iron,
right?
If it's like a 600-yard par 5.
They want to bring the mid-range game back into it, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
makes sense. I get it.
There's still some testing to be done, but they feel like by the time and for the most part, I think players are getting on board. They're not ramming this down player throats. We'll have more on certainly the U.S. Open tomorrow, which starts at Shinnecock. Which again, the last time this tournament was at Shinnecock, which is out in Southampton on Long Island, Brooks Koepka won at 1 over par.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that the average duffer would shoot 100 over par. I would be frightened to play. Like if I went out and played it as constructed for the U.S. Open, I wouldn't want to play it.
Now, I mean,
and I love golf, but I'd be like this. You know, it might be real pretty. Like, oh, look, the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah,
but I don't.
I remember reading the Feinstein book, A Good Walk Spoiled, about the majors. And he said the people at the U.S. Open are giddy to do what they do to the course.
Yeah, well, a 1 over. They want par to be.
They want par,
and that's great. That's great. Yeah. But it seems for those guys
they're
hard.
miserable.
Yeah, if they're miserable, what would I be?
Oh, you'd be out there for a weekend.
Yeah,
just trying to get through 18.
That's our integrated media headlines of the day. We got some Gamecock football recruiting news and some basketball travel news. Gamecock Notebook next. Some clouds and rain today. Give us a little respite from the Midlands heat this time of year, but it's only going to last until, like tomorrow or something. But it's going to get hot, y'all, and it stays hot around here. You all know that, which is why you need to get your air conditioning system checked by the great experts at AAA Heating and Air. Make sure that you and your family are going to be nice and comfortable. If they can come out, check it. Maybe you don't even know how long it's been since you've had it inspected. Maybe it's costing you too much money. Maybe you got a leak and you need some coolant. Who knows? They can come out and make sure everything is run right. And if it is, hey, great. And if it's not, they'll tell you what they can do to fix it. Or maybe you realize that it is inefficient and old and it's time for something brand new. Roy and Dana Finley can guarantee you financing, get you a $1,500 system rebate right off the top, save $1,500, and a 15-year parts and labor guarantee. We love what they've done at our house, and I promise you, you will too. 803-677-1500. Tell them we sent you to AAA Heating and Air. It is Gamecock Notebook time. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. I almost need Terry to vamp here because I need, I'm going to say this out loud because this is the kind of sports fan I am.
Mm-hmm.
I need to send one of my daughters a text so that I can have them hit pause on the England-Croatia game.
Okay.
Because I don't want to watch it silently here. And it's going to end by the end of the hour. So I'm going to turn it off in here in the studio because I want to watch the last half hour like I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So I'm going to, but I don't need you to, I'm just going to text them while I talk.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Or at least try to. But I can't read my story.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll
Do you want to
here's
talk
what I'll
about the
do.
Gamecocks?
I will jump in real quick before we get the Gamecocks.
Okay.
Next couple days, tomorrow we got Jeannie, our promotion guru, has got a bunch of for Father's Day Sunday. We're not on the air on Friday, so tomorrow every hour we're going to give away a little something for Father's Day.
Ooh, what? Can I win?
Different things, concert tickets.
What are you getting me for Father's Day?
Fireflies. What am I getting you for Father's Day?
I'm getting you some fatherly advice from me. But what are you getting
Thanks,
me?
Dad. What do you got for me, Dad?
Well, I'm not your dad. I'm just going to. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to give you, what I did? I'll be honest with you. I got some high karate,
Okay.
and I'll re-gift it to you.
Thanks.
'Cause I'm that kind of guy.
Thanks.
I told you my skin bracer story.
No.
Yeah, years and years and years and years and years ago, when I was a young Terry Ford in my early radio life, worked at a station in PA, and we had this guy looked just like Herb Tarlick from WKRP, sales guy. And if you Google Herb Tarlick if you're too young. And he had his leisure suit and everything. Well, he got me in the Christmas giveaway, and he got me a bottle of skin bracer,
Okay.
which the young Terry Ford's not wearing men in skin braces.
Is that what Kevin puts on his face?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The kind of stuff that, like, you had to be over 60 to wear a skin bracer.
All right.
And I was not anywhere near that.
Which is like 90% alcohol and,
Oh, yeah,
and
you-
10% menthol smell.
Whatever the hell it is.
Right.
So the guys I work with and I all put it on, a little bit and laughed and joked about how much we stunk. Then I put it up in my cubby at my cubicle and forgot about it for like 2 years. Well, guess whose name I get 2 years later? Herb Tarlick.
Ah.
So you know what I gave him? Men in skin bracer.
The same, was it?
Yep. Put a little water in to fill it up, shook it up, put it in a box, regifted it, and he looked at me and goes, "Oh my God, how'd you know I love skin bracers so much?"
That's hilarious.
What can I say, Herb? But anyway.
That's hilarious.
So we will have a bunch of gifts to give
All
away.
right,
It could be
good.
Fireflies tickets, could be concert tickets, some ice cream gift certificates,
Ooh, I
maybe
like ice
a
cream.
little something from anything but cakes.
Ooh, I like
We got a lot of
those are
stuff to
good,
give away
man.
tomorrow. We'll do it every hour just to say, hey, dads, thank you for being dads.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, that anything bunt cakes
Oh,
is
so
that's in
good.
my neighborhood.
That's in your hood.
Yeah.
It's good, man.
No, they're
They'll handle ice cream,
as the kids say, they're fire.
fire, low-key fire.
Glad I did that.
Low-key fire. I liked it.
If my children were listening and they heard me do that,
I know.
they wouldn't claim me.
I told you I do it to my kid because my kid, my son is low-key.
Yeah, see, you were talking about how I get made uncomfortable. Every once in a while, we as parents
Yes.
need to do that
Oh,
to our
yes.
children to make them uncomfortable.
Absolutely, on purpose. I do it on purpose.
Okay, I know this is Gamecock Notebook, but I got to tell the quick. You mentioned the story, so I'm going to tell this. Those of you, and I still get upset about it sometimes, but remember the Sam Holbrook Braves Cardinals
Sure.
infield fly game. All right, free plug for one of my favorite Mexican restaurants in town, Casa Linda. We're at Casa Linda that night down on Beltline near AC Flora, and that happened while we were at the restaurant, and I wasn't the only one, mind you. Okay, there was a lot of. It wasn't like a Braves watch party, but
Right,
but it's a playoff game. But we were in there, and I kind of like got halfway up out of my chair, like no, like that, like got kind of. And my oldest, who at the time was, what, like 12 or 13.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I mean, she's like, "Dad," and get this look of horror on her, and I was like, what? I'm being a Braves fan, right? I got my Braves cap on and everything, and again, there were probably 6 or 8 other guys like me
Sure.
going like, what the heck is going on here?
Right.
And then the Braves fans start throwing stuff on the field and everything. She was
horrified
Oh my
by you.
God.
So embarrassed.
Like, I don't know that I've ever, in her mind, done anything worse.
Oh, I go out of my way now to embarrass my two youngest.
Yes,
and horrify
I may
them.
have to tell that story like when I'm doing the dad thing next spring when
right.
she gets married.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Like, hey, I'll try to embarrass you only slightly less than that night at Casa Linda when the Braves got screwed by an umpire.
Dad, sit down. Stop it, Dad.
Anyway,
Gamecock
notebook time. Lamont Paris taking his team back to the Bahamas this summer. The 2026 Baha Mar Hoops Summer League has been announced. Gamecocks went there back in 23 and 24, and of course ended up going to NCAA tournament. So why not get that done again?
It's good little team building.
Yeah, Lamont says we feel very fortunate and are immensely grateful for the opportunity our administration has given us to finish the summer off with a tour to play games in the Bahamas. Roster turnover in men's basketball has become increasingly prevalent, and I believe the opportunity to have 10 full practices leading into playing actual games against good competition goes a long way in accelerating the process of a group of new faces transitioning into a true team. Baha Mar is an excellent venue. The event will undoubtedly provide a good basketball experience for our players, but most importantly, provide valuable time with one another during travel, downtime, meals, and extracurricular activities. We couldn't be more excited. Back in 23, they won their games. I don't have here yet who they will play. It used to be you could only do these once every 4 years, but new rules now allow teams to do this annually, should they so choose. Again, used to be that you could only do this once every 4 academic years or academic cycles. So that's why, obviously, in that statement, Lamont thanks the administration because, let's face it, you got to pay to go to the Bahamas for,
it ain't free.
For a few weeks.
It ain't free.
I hope they can do these, if not annually, at least maybe every other year or something like that. But I do think it. I remember, and I know you do too. And when we talked with Derek and Casey and some of those, David and the guys that follow the team, but certainly the guys that travel with the team, like Dave, like Derek and Judge Manning, they made a point of saying it made a difference.
Yeah,
it really made a difference.
Well, team bonded, a lot of camaraderie. The guys, learned about each other on and off the court and everything. So it was nothing but positive.
Yeah, so here's hoping something close to that can potentially, or at least all the way up to it, can be replicated. But Gamecocks back to the Bahamas in a couple of months' time. And some recruiting news today. Clayton Lee, a 3-star offensive lineman from Callahan, Florida, committed to South Carolina this afternoon, revealing one of the 2 commitments that Shane Beamer said he got yesterday. He took official visits to Virginia Tech, Central Florida, and NC State, and was with Carolina this past weekend. And he says to our buddy Wes Mitchell at Gamecock Central that one of the big reasons was a family aspect. Quote, that was the big message that he, Shane, really preached to us, that this is going to be a family culture and that you're going to be close-knit together. Like every recruit I met and every guy they had was cool, and they were just a nice character. So Clayton Lee has committed to South Carolina, so that adds a little bit to the class. Big recruiting weekend coming up for South Carolina football this weekend. They got a couple of big-time prospects in, including a 5-star and a big kid from Irmo in town. So we'll see. And the camps are going well.
Yeah, camps are going well. Like I said, and we've been talking about for 2 days now about it's underwhelming right now, what you have in verbals. But, again, you got a long way to go. You flipped the kid Walker from Michigan at the end of the cycle last time.
Right.
And you were coming off of your struggle of a 4-8. So, you know what? You go out there, like we've said, you start fast. Maybe you can flip some of these guys back. So it ain't over.
Rivals has him, the industry ranking, that's the composite, has him as the number 64 offensive tackle. The independent Rivals ranking has him at number 56. So around number 60 in the country at his position. So a solid get. And again, choosing Carolina over Virginia Tech, NC State, and Central Florida. There you go. That's the Gamecock Notebook for this Wednesday. Remember when Georgia and Florida State said they didn't want to do a home and home? Mm-hmm. Well, they have a landing spot, and we'll tell you where. Part of the drive around the SEC coming up.
The Men's Clinic of South Carolina, again, we've had this conversation over and over again every day for a few years now. You're a guy and, you're getting older and things just aren't going the way they used to. And maybe you're scared, maybe you're mad, frustrated, upset, in denial, whatever it could be. But there's one thing you can do about it. You can go talk to the folks at the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. You start with a phone call, 803-875-MENS. You make that call, you tell them what's going on, and you want to come in for that free consultation. You go in, you tell Dr. Dan and the staff your story. They'll do a testosterone test on you, and they will sit down and put together a program. This is the best part of all of it. Specifically designed for you. Not something where you're texting to get something in the mail in a weird wrapper. No, specifically designed for you. Make the call, Men's Clinic of South Carolina, 803-875-MENS.
All right, I'm going to vamp here for Terry while he has a technical issue on the other side there. So I don't have the traffic pull up in front of me other than to say while he gets ready to tell you some traffic, to be careful in all those areas where there's tons of traffic, like Bull Street, Malfunction Junction, and over
That's
there.
good. Malfunction Junction's actually correct.
Yeah, well, always is, man. And over there near Lexington Hospital.
You didn't talk about the accident, I-20 westbound to Fairfield Road.
I didn't.
Or I-20 westbound between Wilson Boulevard and Bush River Road.
I didn't. But you did. So it's all good.
Got to do the fake helicopter like Les Nessman.
We try to look out for each other around here when we have an issue. And so, Terry's thing wasn't, but now he got it going, and now
you did a good job of helping me out.
Well,
there.
I've lived here
you.
long enough to know that, listen, if I could find ways for people to avoid, leaving downtown Columbia this time of day on Bull Street, I would, but I can't. Or Elmwood, I would, but I can't. Or UG Street, but I can't. Or again, for those of you, God bless you, that live in Lexington and are on Sunset right now, again, either not too far from the hospital or out there near the, near Chick-fil-A and River Bluff. I'm pulling for you.
I know.
I really am. I'm pulling for you.
There are a few spots, man.
Clemson Road right now up there near Hardscrabble.
I'll be honest with you, man. Like just my 5 years here, during rush hour, I'm staying away from obviously Malfunction Junction, but forget Clemson Road and Hardscrabble. There's always something going on there. It's never good. No. Stay away from that spot. Feels like Sunset Boulevard. There's always
if only
something.
I say this to people that live out there. If only Richland County could have seen the proliferation of home construction,
it's crazy.
And maybe built a road over the last 30 years. That's all. It's because it's only been 30 years.
That's all.
I mean, and I only kind of kid. And I know this is not Blythewood out that way. It's much more close to town, but. Like Blythewood, now there's like 5A high schools out there.
Yeah.
Those of you who are old enough remember that it was, pine trees and oak trees for a while. So, again, maybe if you had seen the population boom coming, you could have built another road.
Yeah.
Or widened the road. Mm-hmm. I mean, for years, Clemson Road has still been a two-lane. I'm like, what the heck? And people, like I have friends that live at Lake Carolina. I'm like, how do you do it every day?
That's a truck from Lake Carolina.
And they're like, well, we have a really big house. And I'm like, that's cool. But man, you're in the car for an hour.
Yeah, it's rough,
so
man.
God bless all of you.
That was like when I lived in Seattle.
God bless all of you.
Seattle's a great city, but there was only a couple roads into the city. It's like somebody never thought they actually had people living there.
Yeah.
And so the traffic's insane.
Right, yeah. I mean, like I said, Terry, they only had a 30-year warning.
Right, exactly.
I mean, because seriously, Lake Carolina was built, and the Summit, those places, in the 90s. And they still, and again, I know it's not the same, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, I'm done with that.
You good?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, drive around the SEC. What do you got, pal?
Yeah, so Georgia and Florida State have announced that that's not a home and home, that their neutral site game will now be played in 2028 in Nashville. And by then, Nashville should have its new ballpark. Brett McMurphy of On3 reporting that today. They were supposed to play in 27 and 28 home and home, but have just decided for the one-off neutral site game, they, I think, took this thing to market, if you will. Brett says that Atlanta, Charlotte, Miami, New Orleans, Orlando, and Tampa were all options. So I just wonder, Terry, if they said, we'll give you a good game, how much you got?
Right. Yeah.
So they'll be playing in the new ballpark in 2028, and doesn't say how much they're going to make for it, but that'll be something nice and new for for the folks in Nashville to show off their stadium.
All about money, my man.
One source indicated to War Chant, that is the On3 FSU site, that the neutral site game will be played, remains the plan, but the Bulldogs are already playing a game in Nashville that season against Vanderbilt. So now they'll just have two. So that's what they're going to do. So there you go. But doesn't have any, again, they were going to play twice. There doesn't say anything, at least in this particular article, that they will do that. So just a one-off at this point in time. And, look, I don't know. Good for them because, as we know, Georgia and Florida State are two of the four schools in the SEC that have their built-in ACC opponent every year, and Carolina is one of the others, along with Kentucky. And we've seen Carolina, pull out of these home and homes with North Carolina State, Virginia Tech, and Miami, which is, again, in my opinion, very unfortunate. As I said, I understand why it happened, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Mm-hmm. And so I do wonder, at least, Terry, until there is further clarity from the CFP on not only the format, but how strength of schedule can be measured in terms of how you put teams into the field and things like that. Might Jeremiah Donati be having conversations with those schools about, hey, let's play in Charlotte? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, again, Carolina has played North Carolina and NC State and East Carolina up in Charlotte.
Sure.
You finally got your game in Atlanta with Virginia Tech last season.
Yeah.
So I look, those games, fans want those games.
Sure they do.
I'd rather have those games home and home because I think it's better. In fact, I was talking to somebody yesterday about, man, I hadn't been up to Chapel Hill or Duke or anywhere in years. Because Carolina used to go up there and play those teams.
Sure.
There's Carolina fans will tell you back in the 80s, there were a couple of raucous opportunities that were fun at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh against the Wolfpack.
Oh, I can believe that.
So, games like that are fun, but at bare minimum, can you play it in Charlotte? So I don't know what discussions might be like. And this is now just us kind of
just riffing
off of actual news. But I hope there's a way to salvage some of that.
All of this is going to go back to if this committee will take the strength of schedule component more seriously and more consistently, then maybe if you get rewarded for those games, Jay, then you're going to go back to playing them.
Right.
It's that simple. And it's sad that no one is weighing non-conference strength of schedule as heavy as you should in this. It's just everybody looks at the win column on the left side of the ledger, and that feels like that's the go-to.
And I just wonder how many committee members that might not look. Human beings have bias. There's really not much we can do about it.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of our and again, I'm not trying to sound like a psychologist here, but I've read about these things before, though. A lot of it is just it's innate, and I don't mean like racial or religious bias or anything like that. Just that there are things that appeal to us, and then without meaning to, and so what I'm leading up to is: are there people on that committee that are Big 12 supporters?
Sure.
And they're saying, well, I mean, I'm not going to give all the credit to the Big 10 and the SEC just because they're the Big 10 and the SEC. Even if the metrics suggest they're, they are better or that their schedules are more difficult.
Or you got a buddy at a school.
Well, we talked about it last year. Like going into the playoffs last year, every SEC team's strength of schedule was in the top 25. Every one of the 16 teams of the SEC had a top 25 strength of schedule. I think it was 4 Big Ten teams. Now, it was Indiana and Ohio State, and I think Oregon might have been there too, and maybe like Minnesota was one, or Wisconsin. It was Wisconsin. Wisconsin, because they played Alabama.
Right.
And Wisconsin didn't have a good year, but only 4. And that's the Big Ten.
Because, again, the Big Ten is very top-heavy. And they've got a lot of at the bottom.
Right.
SEC doesn't have a lot of at the bottom. No. It's a lot more balanced league.
And again, you'd like, and that's why I've said too, in terms of these computers, because I've seen some cynics out there say, well, who's our guy, Bill Conley at ESPN? Well, yeah, that's an ESPN guy, and of course he's going to stack the deck for the SEC. I'm like, well, then you come up with your own guy.
I got a question. Have a Bill Conley guy, and then have another guy, and another. Have 3 of them.
Or you and I were talking about Warren Nolan or Ken Pomeroy. I don't know if Ken Pom has a football index, but you know what? Let Ken Pom do
make one.
Or the NCAA has its own, like the net ranking for basketball. That's an internal metric that they use.
You can make this balance to where it's not leaning toward anything.
And I don't think Bill Conley gives a crap, because I'll tell you why Bill Conley doesn't give a crap, because ESPN also televises the CFP, and they don't want it to be completely SEC heavy because that turns people off.
Right, and nobody wants to dig that in the rest of the country. And at the end of the day, you can make this fair, you can make it objective by using a computer formula, but people don't want that because you can't argue with the computer.
Right.
The computer can't do a show every Tuesday or Wednesday. And it couldn't be
Unless
any
it's
worse.
Hal from 2001.
Oh, God, Alf would be so cool doing it. Could you see Alf doing that press conference?
No, Hal. Yeah.
Oh, I want Alf.
No, not Alf.
An alien.
No, not Alf.
Hal would be fun. How about the computer from Lost in Space?
Highly illogical, Dave. Or the computer in War Games. Shall we play a game?
Oh, I like that. That's even better.
That's going old school Matthew Broderick right
really
there. That's pre-Ferris Bueller.
That's young Matthew Broderick.
Sorry, had to get that one in.
All right.
So anyway, there you go. But the news of the day, Florida State and Georgia will play in the new, as yet to be named stadium in Nashville in 2028. And hopefully the Gamecocks might follow suit. If they're not going to play home and homes, we shall see. That's the drive around the SEC. Jay versus the Internet next. All right, before we do a little Jay versus the Internet, let me update you on what's going on out in Omaha. I did go final a little bit ago. North Carolina kind of holds on for a 12-7 win. It's a 5-run win. They were up 12-1 in the 7th. West Virginia attempted to mount a comeback, but didn't quite get it done. So North Carolina will advance to the championship series, which will begin on Saturday night. Tonight, we have Oklahoma and Georgia, and I apologize, I misspoke. It's a 7 o'clock. So some nights it's 8, some nights it's 7, so that's my bad.
Way to go.
Yeah, thanks. Georgia and Oklahoma. From what I have listed here, Terry, Georgia will be the home team tonight.
Yes.
But I don't know for sure. But that's how they list it.
That's what it looks like here in front of me on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's how they list it. So, again, Georgia, though, needs to win twice. Oklahoma does not.
Yes, they do.
But North Carolina holds on. And our buddy Ryan McGee just tweeted out a picture. He's obviously out there covering this. Tweeted out a picture. Way to go, kids. The West Virginia baseball team, who, again, won a couple of games, man. Yeah. They won a couple of games. They went 2-2.
Got to the Final Four, dude.
But they're out along the third baseline, scooping some dirt and taking it home.
I think that's such a cool tradition.
Yeah.
When you lose, you go scoop the dirt.
Yeah.
Detroit guys were doing it the other day, and I saw a little bit on social media.
Yeah, so that's neat. But again, Georgia last night blanked Texas 2-0, and we talked about that Georgia has, they got a lot of arms. In their first 2 games, which they split, they only used 2 pitchers. Both pitchers threw complete games. One in a win and one in a loss. And so last night you had a healthy bullpen. Georgia can pitch. I know against Mississippi State they couldn't, but it's because State was just mashing. But again, Georgia mashed harder, and they made it. I don't know who's going to do what.
Well, Georgia only used 2 pitchers last night.
Yeah,
the kid Bird went 5 innings.
So they've still only
4 pitchers in 3 at the College World Series.
Yeah,
that's it.
In 3 games. So that's. I mean, listen. Sometimes you use 4 pitchers in a night, and Georgia hasn't. So you like to think they've got an opportunity here, but Oklahoma is just playing really good baseball.
They are.
Yeah. So there you go. And the Braves lost today 7-2, part of a day-night doubleheader. Again, today's early game was a resumption from a suspended game because of rain. Last night, Atlanta has lost 6 of its last 10. They will play again tonight over in Cobb County.
That's over, man.
Yes,
it's all over.
All right, hit me up. What do we got?
All right.
I miss Jay or Nay, by the way, because we're doing. I love the World Cup updates because I love the World Cup, but I do miss Jay or Nay.
We'll get back to it.
That might be a hint.
Is that a hint?
Sometimes that's the only time of day where I get to
go off.
Go off.
Yeah. Now St. Jay can erupt a little.
So
we'll do a little something, maybe.
Just saying. Yeah. I miss Jay or Nay.
You're being subtle.
For those who
being subtle.
Come up with questions for Jay or Nay. Because it ain't me.
No, one of us. And since it's not you. All right, here we go.
Can't Jay or Nay myself.
All right, Oklahoma, Georgia, what we got tonight?
I look. Oklahoma won the other day, I realize. I think Georgia's going to win tonight, and I think it sets something up tomorrow. Yeah. I still believe Georgia to be the better baseball team, but again, Oklahoma is playing very well. But I think Georgia, to your point, look, you threw a shutout last night. You did not act like Georgia, if you will, in winning in terms of scoring. Very unlike how they typically do it, which is just hit a bunch of homers and doubles. I think they're going to feel good about themselves.
I'm with you.
I'll take Georgia tonight.
All right, World Cup, Panama, Ghana. What do you got?
This is, I know it's not the sexiest game like we had some here of late. Ghana. But Panama's pretty good. We see Panama a lot around here.
Does Ghana have a canal? Does Ghana have a canal?
I don't know. I don't think Ghana has a canal. They probably have bodies of water, but they don't have a canal. I don't
Uzbekistan and Colombia.
Colombia's going to win that one. Colombia's good, man. Colombia's got players. They're good.
Austria and that's
they already played. Yeah, Austria
being
won that
3-1. That's 2 games you have tonight. All right, finally, sir.
Yeah.
Who wins the Great American Pillow Fight in Altoona, Pennsylvania, in the Pillow Fight Championships? Reggie Newsom, Marcus Paul, Jonathan Santos. Who you got?
You're just making stuff.
It is called, sir, the PFC Pillow Fight Championships. Men get in the ring and beat the heck out of each other with pillows.
You're serious?
I'm serious. Reggie Newsom, Marcus Paul, Jonathan Santos.
Reggie.
I saw this on the Ocho once. It's hilarious. They actually have pillows knocking the snot out of each other with pillows.
I mean, it sounds, if nothing else, it sounds cathartic.
Cathartic.
You know? Like, I've just had a really bad day. I'm just going to go beat the hell out of somebody with a pillow.
With a pillow. They're not going to get hurt, and I'm going to feel really good.
So there's that. So, all right, Reggie,
You going Reggie Newsom?
I'm pulling for Reggie.
Reggie Newsom?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Why not? Thanks to Ben Portnoy. Thanks to Hale McGranahan. And thanks to our good friend Langston Moore. Good to see him in person today. Thanks to all of you for being a part of it. We'll do it again tomorrow. Later.